Okay. Is the sound working right? I don't know how to check that. Hi. Oh, that's probably good for the game. Turn it up a little bit. Okay. Now I just gotta wait for my people to get in. Let me get this Discord station. Copy. Ch- I hate that. Okay. All right. Welcome everybody. First stream in my new house. That's pretty neat. Um, I guess we'll just meme on Twitter until somebody gets back to me about this Apex game. Or could just I could just play New World. I've been playing New World. I could play New World until they get on. I don't know. Can't see there's a difference to fuck a 6-year-old versus fuck a 6-year-old. Absolutely fucking brain dead. Their virtue signaling around this topic is so fucking tiring. Some men having vaginas, some men having penis. Some men having penis. This is what trans activists are telling kids on TikTok. Well, if you have a
This
problem
little
with it, don't let the
curtsy, and
kids
he
be on
laughed,
TikTok.
and the whole room was smiling at me. It was a
Hold on. See
yesterday. This
how bad this is.
well-meaning older
I
gentleman
can't
asked me if I was.
here.
Yesterday,
turned my
this
volume
well-meaning
down.
older gentleman asked me if I was depressed.
All right, start this again.
Yesterday, this well-meaning older gentleman asked me if I was depressed because I've been growing out my beard lately. I was like, no, I'm growing out my beard because I love myself and because I'm confident in my body. I did this little curtsy, and he laughed, and the whole room was smiling at me. It was a beautiful moment. And it was then I realized I'm finally stepping into my own power, enough to be vulnerable with the world. Because 7 months ago, I was doing this whole bearded lady mask femme look, and I loved it. But when I had to go to the VA just to get housing and get in a transitional living program, become part of the system, I shaved it off because I was afraid not to be taken seriously as a woman. So I just want to encourage you today. There's no right way to be a woman, okay? Let's just go ahead and break that binary. Some women have facial hair. Some women shave their armpits. Some don't. Some men have vaginas. Some women have penises. Get over it. All right? So I challenge you today to love and express yourself recklessly. You're one of a kind, doll. So I just wish you the best of days, and be safe out there, okay?
Okay. So the fact that like Libs of TikTok, there's nothing about okay. So Libs of TikTok made this like it's like he's directing this towards kids in
Yesterday,
the
this
first place, or she. I'm sorry, I apologize. Libs of TikTok is making it like she's directing this at kids. But there's nothing in this that would suggest that. I wonder how long it takes me to find something about kids in the comments. An arbiter of gender. Men can have vaginas and women have penis. Yeah, so about this whole movement.
Spoke several times before about ideological subversion. That is a phrase that I'm afraid some Americans don't fully understand. When the Soviets used the phrase ideological subversion, what do they mean by it?
Ideological subversion is the slow process.
I think Raymond sent me that interview to watch. It wasn't. I don't know what that notification was. You know how many men who give birth to psychiatrists saying no longer be diagnosed with illness handbook with 4th, 5th edition? So the diagnosis of gender dysphoria is still a thing. It's just you're not going to give that diagnosis to every person who is transgender because within a DSM-5 in the first place, in order for something to be a mental illness, in order for something to count that way, you have to have whatever your illness is has to be greatly like negatively affecting your life. It's a part of the criteria for even having a diagnosis in the first place. So theoretically, like this lady up here can be transgender, not have any large negative impacts on their lives, and not have gender dysphoria. They never really like transgender never was as far as I know, just being transgender never was actually a mental health illness. Classification work, but only at the outspeak. Why? Well, at least these people aren't like picking up on the the whole trying to make what about the children narrative. This is why they arrested Trump. He messed up their plans to humiliated them. It's about revenge. You didn't even get the popular vote, my dude. Didn't even get the popular vote. Literally, Hillary Clinton was the only person he could have beat. Alright, they need to hurry up. Get on. Where is sound? Barely hear it. Training? Okay, let's do some training.
Welcome to Apex Legends. I am Bloodhunter. You can call me Bloodhound. Let us begin with basic movement. Complete the checklist on your HUD.
Oh, gotta change that. Hold on. Bro.
Follow me. Sliding down hills increases speed.
So bad at this.
Inside the territories, you can find supply bins that carry weapons and resources you will need to survive. Open one. Strong work. Grab it. Your HUD will show what you have equipped. Follow the checklist to access and cycle through your inventory.
Aid. Get 2 weapons. It might be con-
Crowd out! Crowd out! Setting myself up a bit.
Never need.
Inside the supply bin, you will find a weapon and ammo. Arm yourself.
Got him.
The battle calls upon you. Slaughter as many targets as you wish. Each shot is important as well as the weapon you hold. Grab a second weapon. The field is full of choices. Remember, you can carry only 2 weapons. To equip another weapon, you must swap out the one you are holding. Choose your new weapon.
Oh, goodness. Oh, hey. Y'all have been talking, I haven't been able to hear you. So hold on, let me make sure my settings are where they're supposed to be. Alright, I need somebody to talk. Just keep singing. Like sing a song and keep so I can hear you. Gracious. Why wouldn't I be able to hear?
You can't hear us.
Oh, wow. Okay, I got it now. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yep.
Fantastic. All right. Well, I was training, getting ready to kick some ass.
Oh, heck yeah.
Can't wait to see it.
Oh gosh, don't have expectations now.
Nah. We're just here to have fun.
Yeah, but I haven't seen like 4 of these people.
Who?
Newcastle, Vantage, and Catalyst are all new to me.
Vantage. Where's Vantage? So Vantage is sniper. She has like a jump on her tactical, and her ultimate is a snipey snipe.
Don't like me.
I did, yeah. Newcastle, he does a bunch of shield stuff. Catalyst makes like goopy ferrofluid walls. Who's the other one that you said?
I think it's actually just the 3.
Maggie, maybe? You've seen Maggie, right?
I've seen Maggie. Maggie was new last time I played.
Okay. Alright. Well, in the pubs. It's gonna be so funny seeing our player cards next to each other.
3 kills max.
You'll see what I mean.
Oh god.
Oh, I don't like that my real name.
You gotta change your Steam name for it. It's whatever your Steam name is.
Rip indeed, you could stop streaming if you want it.
No, it's okay. It's not like anybody watches me.
Oh, just delete the VOD after too. Or edit the VOD or something.
Yeah. Oh gosh.
Trust nature. Then trust yourself.
Eventually you gotta pull the trigger. Just make sure you know why.
Which one of us plays the game?
I'm just happy I got like a moving icon. Like an animated icon.
I actually just managed to hit 1 million damage on Revenant like 2 days ago.
How the hell do I? Okay, there it is. There we go.
I am the jump master.
Where are we
Have
dropping?
faith in our descent.
You're not launching solo, are you?
Oh, I just read the thing. Oh, are we dropping that? Oh, we all just do it together? Oh, it's been a while since
Good drop, I like it.
Thank you. Does the wave thing still do anything? The wave mission?
That's for gaining distance. That looks like a cool landing center, so we should be fine here.
Okay.
People will start shooting us, you just get behind cover.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. FNGs always go first.
Oh, I don't like that the aim is. Ah!
Touch it.
Shot
Get
at.
behind cover.
I'm at cover.
Evo shields
Enemies
here.
that way.
Level 1.
Where's your ping button? Do you have it on F?
The default.
It's my shield. Shoot out right there, yeah.
Here.
Oh, I see him.
I have not found a gun. Triple take, cool.
Triple takes a good one.
1 minute remains. The ring is close.
Taking them out. Katie.
Cody, don't forget to heal. You come with shield cells and syringes to heal.
Taking a knee. Patching up.
It's a quick select wheel.
They're next on my list.
There you go.
Not change
Alright,
aim.
balls to the wall. See you later.
We should continue there.
Godspeed.
Alright, sounds like there's another team here, so I'm gonna push up. You guys definitely don't need to follow me if you're not trying to die.
We're trying to die.
Reassuring. I want that.
Triple take's a fun shotgun.
Just shot it. Down one. Getting hit. Let's go this way. Reload. Down one more.
They're right below you.
This way. Let's go.
I know.
Shots fired at me. We're all outside the ring. Can't kill if you're already dead. Reloading.
I dropped one. They're down below here.
You dead?
Yep.
The lifeline
I'll
is
go.
rezzing the Newcastle.
That was good timing.
Oh, lame.
I got 84 damage. All right. I probably should have tested my gun before I started using it. I didn't know it was a single shot.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
Oh, are we leaving?
38 kills to my name. Total.
Do the match.
Yeah.
I guess I could go pro.
You could definitely go pro. I believe in you.
For my future.
So there's no four player teams.
Ready up.
Cody, you
Yeah.
there?
There's no 4 player teams on this.
No.
No, unfortunately, it's just 3 players.
I think one of my yeah, the control button also does my mute on my disc.
Uh oh.
Luckily, I reassigned slide to one of my mouse buttons. I don't actually need to press control in the game. Yeah, I was talking this entire time and nobody heard. Probably.
Oh.
Oh, no.
Alright. Oh, I remember playing him.
Gibby.
I am prepared for the fight.
How do I use the like special stuff?
Your tactical?
Yeah.
So your tactical's default down to Q, I believe.
Okay. And what about the ultimate?
Your ultimate is Z? I want to say it's Z.
Yeah, I think that's default, yeah.
This is your champion.
I don't know. My key binding's all different, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a lot of my stuff on my mouse button. Or my mouse buttons.
Oh, jeez.
Let's
There's
go,
no
mistake.
more. Is that the party ship?
What's up? The party ship.
Is that it? Oh,
Yep.
I know where we're going.
Here, but let's do it.
Alright, Cody, punch people if you don't have a weapon.
What's the default for that?
You just left click. Yep.
Alright, run.
That was a hologram.
Yeah, there are holograms in here.
That's something. Because there's 8.
Also here.
Gotcha.
Fun. Love it. Love it.
Healing up. Give me a second.
Goodness gracious.
I'm down.
Father, give me sight.
They're coming in.
I used to go
I
by the
gotcha.
name Hope, which is something you
kill 'em?
lost.
Oh my god.
They're on my
one
body.
health. Nice. Just a raid.
Is this? I'm guessing this is a popular part.
Yeah, raid.
Popular drop. Yeah.
Yeah.
1 second, we got
Nice.
this.
Like it. I love it.
Me, Panda, and Jake Chaos, we all dropped, and none of us could get a gun, so we just ended up like fighting. We beat like 2 people to death as a swarm. It was so deep, man. It was
1
fun.
second, we got this.
Video.
Shady, have you played any Elden Ring?
Elden Ring?
Yeah.
Yeah, I played the shit out of that game.
Yeah. I was just reading statistics, like they released, like players have died over 9 billion times.
Oh, I saw that. I saw the
Yeah.
statistics thing. Yeah, I played about 200 hours in the first couple weeks it was out, and then I platinumed the game, and then I uninstalled it. That game, amazing. Absolutely loved it. Every second of it.
It looks pretty wild.
Have you not played?
No, I watched Corey play some. A couple streamers.
Today is going to be our day.
It's a lot of fun. I like it.
Did you like it? Did he like it?
You like it? Yeah.
Give me life.
Oh yeah. I think he's still working on it.
Join me, Fly Fighter. Fight
Still working on it? Yeah.
Corey's taking it so slow.
That's
He's doing
reasonable.
everything.
Introducing your champion.
Oh, brothers, it's a great day.
All right, where
to
we
be
dropping?
Jumpmaster.
Oh, wherever.
Oh, well.
I'm Jumpmaster. I can already smell
I like over here.
fresh blood over there.
So in Call of Duty, you can just like
Got
crash
armor
through
already.
windows. Go. Got me a gun. Got me. Ammo.
Overcharger? Oh. Yes.
Treasure pack.
Does this gun give
Crazy.
me a shield when I'm aiming down sights?
First blood.
We're gonna Kiva.
All right. Extra supplies here. Take them or don't. I don't care.
There's ammo, but there's no rifle. Hmm.
Attention. There is
1 minute till ring close.
These yellow rails, by the way, are zip lines.
Eliminated.
You can attach to them and like go everywhere with them. They're pretty fun.
I need
They're
to
pretty fun.
I need to find it.
Rings close. 45 seconds.
Oh.
We have the benefits. We are inside the ring.
There's a grenade there if you want it.
I think like some peaceful early game looting.
We're just farming. It's an honest living.
Farming people.
These are the games where like we don't see anyone, and then I get like sniped in the last 4.
You get one shot by something.
Yeah, when there are maybe 2 people left. Oh, Peacekeeper.
Alright, let's go this way.
Fresh blood over there.
Ooh, Mastiff or Peacekeeper?
A Peacekeeper for long range, Mastiff for close range.
I have a 30 for long.
I mean, like long range shotgun. It's
Yeah,
really
yeah.
like how close do you field?
I have a longer range gun already, so I should be alright. Oh. Cody, is that you shooting?
Yeah, I was testing what kind of
Are you
gun I
muted
had.
again or no?
Oh, I am muted. Oh, now stay on. Alright, yeah, I was testing what kind of gun I have.
Oh, word.
Swerve.
You had me freaking out. I was like,
Oh,
oh.
You see the
How
bogey.
much of a champion now were they?
I kind of am.
What gun
Grab
are
the
you
up
looking
and
for?
see.
I don't know.
If you
I
press
just-
tab, you can see what he's got. Jojo. He's got a shotgun and energy ammo, so you need energy, which is like the light green ammo, and then the red ammo, which is shotgun.
Oh, yeah, I can ping it for you.
Well, I've got some
see it?
energy right here. The shotgun and energy?
Yep.
Mhm.
Oh, I need light red.
So like red and lime.
The skin suit
Nice, got it. Thank you.
Stack you up. Lie down. Someone's gonna
There's a whole team right here. Right here.
over there.
I see. Cody, how far are you behind me?
Probably
Very.
not very.
Only the 2 of us remain.
Oh, alright. Well, I'm just gonna chill.
Whips.
Oh, y'all kept going. Good gosh.
Cody, stay there for now.
Hi.
True.
I'm just gonna try and be sneaky and get Gavin.
Okay. Dead?
Yeah.
Oh.
Hear the footsteps.
Alright, mistake. They're behind me. They're behind you. They're camping in my body, though. Oh, now they're coming for you.
They're looting your body.
Yeah, I
Get
didn't
him,
have
Jojo.
much.
Shoot him, Jojo. Shoot him. Man, that was like a firing squad. Unfortunate.
Yep.
Place 9.
Level up. Let's go.
Hold on 2 seconds. I want to see. Is there any way? Toggle. Okay. I had to switch that. I hated the toggle. For aim down sights.
Oh, yeah.
You got it on toggle. Whoa.
That's something I need to fix too. It's like you get stuck aiming
Yeah.
down sight.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, you're fucked, yeah.
That's default. I don't know why they default it that way. I've never played a game like that.
It's you and me, bro.
The All-Father will gift us today.
The only thing that matters is body count.
Introducing your champion.
In case you didn't know, you get here by winning. Good luck.
Uh-oh.
Oh, what's that?
That was a 6 million damage Pathfinder, also an Apex Predator, also. Yeah. Not great.
Oh. Pathfinders are scary.
Celebration? Party boat?
Party boat? Party boat?
I
Where's
go
party
whatever.
boat?
Prepare for battle.
Alright.
There is another group right there.
Nice.
Go into it.
Yeah.
Looks like it's only us though.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
a,
there's a group on the tail end.
No,
Yeah.
yeah.
Land in these buildings here. Let them have the boat.
that's what the party is.
First blood. The battle
That is
begins.
not a weapon that I want.
Got a frag grenade, baby. I'm going in. Going in. Go in.
Oh, are you on the boat?
No, I was joking. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I was like, oh no.
It's like I found one grenade. I'm going in.
I was about to be like, Jojo, you're actually crazy.
Could be fun.
Crazy, but got balls.
Can I go naked?
There's a new kill leader, and it isn't me.
Alright. This is what I'm talking about.
Well, was that you?
No.
You bitch.
My ability to detect nothing. Silence bomb here.
Don't forget to heal.
Yeah. I gotta find a healing item first.
Ah! I didn't mean to do that.
It's fine. I think they're moving in on us anyway.
Nice. I meant to do that then.
The correct escapes are sealed. Recharging shields.
Oh, that's.
Healing
Oh, I know this is a single
Not
shot
much
now.
time. Rings far.
Be aware of the new kill
Alright.
leader.
Wait a sec.
They're just way over there.
No, I know.
I'm doing
I'm
my
healing.
thing.
Are you sniping?
Someone's got a death wish.
Yeah.
The correct skin suit shield.
Alright, I'm gonna chill with you.
That's fair.
Recharging them.
Uh oh.
Yep. They are up.
I died.
No good.
Knock one.
I've been downed. A broken enemy shield. Down one.
Crawl this way.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Someone's got a death wish. A broken enemy shield. Recharging shields. Using a phoenix kit.
Frag grenade set. Did I know? I will assist you.
Oh my goodness, you're so violent with that.
Alright, we gotta move.
Thank you,
I'm
thank
weak,
you.
so we need to move. Come on.
You guys need to heal.
Half the squad's gone. Got a healer. Taking a knee.
I don't have any healing items here.
How were they?
Friend already?
Yeah. They're taking pot shots at me as soon as we landed.
Diddy, are you dead?
No,
No, you chilling.
Hey, care package. I love these
I'm
things.
actually just playing around with these kids. I'm just chilling.
Oh. I don't have the scope for this.
I see you.
I just don't have a scope to take any kind of scope to take a pot shot. They're here. Watch out. He's weak.
I'm dead.
This is
Watch out, watch out. Watch the door, watch the door.
I mean, you don't have to call out anything. I'm dead.
I was watching Shady. He's coming in.
This way. Let's go.
they're both here. I even headshot him. Come on.
Is that the million damage?
No, that was. We probably would have been destroyed by the million damage. Dude. That's
Level
a lot.
3.
Feel it. I need to get more coffee. But Gavin, what MOA flavor did you have, by the way?
Oh, what?
That wasn't caffeinated drink you recommended.
Oh, it's Zoa?
Zoa, that's it.
I like the Sprite flavor one, the lemon lime.
They had big packs of them at Costco, but none of the flavors look very good.
I mean, they're all pretty good. I would stay away from the peach because every peach that I've had tends to be like uncarbonated, and I think that's just the way they. I think it's supposed to be more like tea, but like I'm not a big fan of it.
I see.
But the rest are really good. I like the orange and the lemon lime the best.
This is your champion. I'm quick, and I'll finish this.
No worries, Brock. Just find the crack of light and do better next time.
This is so different from last time I played. Come here. One other group going our way.
This game also benefits from like teamwork very heavily, so like if we land together.
Yeah.
Well.
Word.
Champion just fell.
I'm coming.
Where's my team?
Right behind you. I said.
Alright, I got something.
Cody, put down a shield.
I already did.
Yeah.
I had to save myself earlier. Let's see. I don't even know where my cooldown is. Oh, I see it. But it's off the screen for some reason. Anyways, I'm with Shady.
Be my shield, skin bag. I'm healing. New kill leader. No good, brother.
Yes, I am.
I've been down.
With you.
Wow, that was intense. Really makes me want to take a long pause and reflect and... Wait.
They finally go to bed.
$515 damage. How does he?
Unlike me, he hits shots.
Yeah, I know.
Wait, how much damage did I get? Oh, 515. Holy shit.
You get 2 downs immediately. Your first blood.
Ready up, Cody.
Controller. Let's fix that shit.
Oh my goodness.
Try to knock me down. I'm here to stay. Come and get it.
Fly fighter. The end is decided. Trust it.
This is your champion.
Always me.
Always you.
Any suggestions?
Wherever your heart desires is honestly the best
That
suggestion.
doesn't help me.
In that little far corner.
In the corner, well, we have to run.
Fly over
No, what I'm saying is we're gonna get to the ring.
there? Oh, yeah.
It's like, yes, we could.
Prepare for battle.
We can. But it's just running sim. Let's just go here. I ain't trying to run that. Never mind.
First blood.
Champion's gone. Wanted them for myself.
Ring countdown.
We are inside the ring.
Blue,
Ibushi. Level 2.
there's blue armor here.
Louis.
Difference in a shield battery and a shield.
Shield battery heals all of your shields. Shields just sell those a single notch.
Alright, let's meet up with Gavin.
Catch me if you can, am I right?
It's you're not Octane.
True. I used to play some Octane, but I got tired of stimming and running around.
Yeah.
Like, if you position smarter, then it just becomes useless.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
Careful. New kill leader.
Alright, I'm ready to kill people.
That's it.
Actually, you know what? I want that.
Half the squad's gone. I'm not satisfied yet.
So next time you slide, jump at the end of it instead. You'll get a lot more speed.
Really?
Yes.
We're in the ring, which means they're coming to us.
The tech.
There's tech. Mini game.
Those
I
are
hear-
people.
I hear friend.
I hear bogeys. Oh, I'm about to pull up on these kids.
They're behind you. Are they in or out of that wall?
Care package on.
Oh, they're out.
They're out, they're out.
50 seconds, yeah.
I'm just beaming on them.
A broken enemy shield. Reloading.
Oh, panic.
Shut it, skin suit. Throwing an arc star. Arc star out. I cracked a skin suit shield. Reloading.
Shots fired at me. Enemy over there.
Alright, we can back up, Cody.
Healing my wounds.
Taking fire.
Uh-oh.
Enemy over there.
They're everywhere.
Yeah, back up, back up. You should try scanning on cooldown. Not just
Marking their
just
sound.
scan. in as much as possible.
Yeah, I got you.
Firing. I've broken enemies. Wake up. There's a second squad on us. Don't be afraid of the shadows. Shut it. I've broken enemy shield. That one's down.
I have fallen. Target spotted. Hostile close. Hostile right here.
Shit. This,
I'm getting shot. Throwing some cover.
shit.
I'm down. You're better off dead.
Careful, they're gonna run up on you.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Lots of teams.
That's why I don't like the edge drop.
Really?
No, I mean you're alone and you're like alone for a good bit, just running, and then like you find 4 teams at once.
That's because you can really hear gunfire from across the map.
Yeah. It just feels like a running sim at that point. I'd rather like fight and die immediately than have to like, I guess, the anticipation.
Speaking of hot drop, I want to be like courteous to Cody because it's kind of like
No,
not
yes.
fun if you're learning the game.
Yeah, that's true.
I just want to kill somebody.
The old phase and the new. I will use
You
both to guide
You'll
us.
remember your first kill.
They're not gonna know what hit them.
You'll be like, I did it.
I've got this thing in windowed mode, but it's a little bit big for me.
Look at it this way. At least you get to die.
This is your champion.
A lot of you are gonna wake up tomorrow with sore necks. Or, you know, be dead.
Here we go. I'm the jump master.
Alright, Cody, look, go anywhere that looks cool. Damn it!
I will guide us to victory
I'm
below.
sorry. All of it looks cool to me, Mistake. I can't choose. That little tower right there.
All going there.
Is that a balloon?
Go here.
Let's go that way.
We're not too far from the action.
Probably like right in the middle of the map. Are there buildings down here?
There's not really anything down there. I'm better to go here and zip around.
Oh, where are you going now? That's just one.
Try to, when you're dropping, always try to aim for a building.
I see.
I got that. Yeah, thought I had it toggled, but I was looking around, so we slowed down and.
You can go over there. Sounds a bit over there.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We are enslavering. Good faith.
Oh, there's people over there.
Hey, I'm getting shot. Recharging shield.
Easy. Heal in between these fights.
Taking a moment to heal.
Yeah.
They're fighting another team.
Someone's got a death wish.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
Shut it, skin suit.
Our champion has
Shut it down.
taking a moment to heal.
There's another team in there. Don't push. Split is smart.
Recharging my shields.
Get him, Cody. Get him, Cody.
I didn't get him. Like I had a shotgun though. I should have been able to win that one. I didn't get hit anything.
Damn, I got called boring.
By who? What?
The in-game character said I was cringe.
It was probably Octane.
It was Octane, yeah. That'd be mean if people were just like that. I guess there's no big VC. The new Call of Duty has, was it proximity chat? And I've seen some really goofy things out of that.
You play that?
Just standing outside a door, like yelling at them to come out.
You play that?
Get out of here, bitch! No, I've just seen like people posting things. How goofy it was. All I've been playing is Overwatch and Splatoon.
Nice.
Had some fun.
Come on, we got this. We got this.
Our path is made today.
They made me a killing machine.
Introducing your champion.
In case you didn't know, you get here by winning. Good luck.
Looks like I'm the jump master.
Oh. I could have swore it said mistake. Alright, how do I mark?
It's crazy. You click your scroll wheel.
I say we land here.
Oh.
Cancel
Okay.
that.
First, I don't see the mark. So we're gonna go here.
I say we land here. All right, hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers.
Bad place to go.
No, you're fine.
No, that's a good place. There is people landing. Just be aware. We should just stick together as best we can.
Bird.
Bunch of people landing up top. We'll land inside. I need a gun.
Yes.
Oh, down here.
Light ammo here.
Round one. Beginning ring countdown.
Yeah, I see they're fighting another team up there.
Another gun. There's another gun here.
I'm good, I'm good.
I Alright. It's an energy gun. I don't like that, but that's fine.
That's not. You got a light.
Light? Oh.
Yeah, you're good.
Someone came down.
Standing. Oh, that's a lie. It said no hostile.
What's this?
Taking damage over here. They'll never shoot through this.
The ring is far.
Reloading.
Oh my god, really? Right here. I used the red one.
Taking damage over here.
Use my shield as a shield. Try to heal.
My healing isn't working.
I'm down, brothers.
I have it set to the scroll wheel, but it doesn't
Other resing.
I'm gonna drop. Take down here. Oh no, she died.
Right
Okay.
behind you.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
need to figure that out because I had the healing for the scroll wheel, but it doesn't work right. So I need to change all that.
Let's go this way.
Hold. So you have to hold 4 or what for your healing?
Yeah.
You should bind it to 4 because that's what it was on. But you'll have an easier time if it's on a button that you can press because you hold it and then you drag into the position and then you press it again to activate the heal.
Oh wait, fuck! I forgot to see. Did I get that kill or no?
No.
Somebody, yeah, so it was you. I got damage.
Let's go.
Damage. All right, hold on. Let me What is cycle weapons? There we go. I need that. All right.
When they fall, we rise.
Ready to roast.
Introducing your champion.
Oh my god.
Chris Hansen.
Chris Hansen. Why don't you take a
Here we
seat?
go.
Why don't you take
I'm
it
the
down?
jump master.
Oh no.
My shield, my
All right,
life.
we're gonna go over here.
Use your eyes, lava.
Is there buildings over there?
And I don't really care.
Yes.
You're going to disappear.
Hope you're ready. Let's do this, brothers.
Oh, you're with it in the group.
Over there. Buildings over there. Hopefully the other group doesn't follow us.
Yeah, there are 2 groups going to the center there.
Yeah, they can have the cool spot. We'll go here. I don't see shit.
There's 1 grenade.
Well, it was technically 2 because I got 1 also.
We're set then.
Yes.
First blood.
You guys see a sentinel? Please ping it for me.
Sentinel.
Oh, it's a big sniper.
Cargo bot shut down.
Why is there nothing but grenades here?
I
I
found a
just
sentinel.
shot down some goodies, but
Oh, the wrong color. If you shoot it down when it's gold, it gives you gold stuff.
Scanning the area.
Ring closes in a
Sorry,
minute.
There's a lot of people around here.
45 seconds. Rings nearby.
Got a scope.
I need one of those. Oh, I got one. Nice.
Weapon. Grenade.
I cracked the skin suits.
People on you, Jojo.
Scanning the area.
Yeah, I hear him.
New kill leader. The next on my list.
I remember falling into lava on this map.
And you chose to go closer.
Laser sight here. Level 3.
I'll take that.
Yep, they left.
Care package.
Fighting on the hill here.
There.
I'm with you.
They're on the roof. Just be careful.
Yeah.
On this fucking lava.
Oh my god.
Using a Phoenix kit. I'm getting through.
Oh.
They have a much better.
That's the sentinel.
I'm down.
Stay still. Oh, watch out, watch out.
Oh man, I hope I got all that on camera.
Yikes.
We died in a box.
Oh my goodness. Ice cream. I
You
got
burned
it.
it, King.
Alright.
Is made today.
I can't wait to get down there and do a job.
Introducing your champion.
You're about to get a masterclass in kicking ass.
Gibraltar's the jump master. You're
Fine,
in good hands,
fine.
fam.
Alright. Building.
This might be a good place to land. Here we go. Hang tight.
Got a gun. Got another. Oh, one of the sentinel, right?
I got one already, but thank you. though.
Found one? Did you find one? I'll
Yeah.
take it.
I'll drop it.
We are not all in the ring. The
You're
you-
good.
will lead us
If you
to
press
victory.
tab, you can left click the weapon in your inventory and then just drag it off screen.
Oh, do you want it?
I'll take it if you don't. Okay, thank you. I knew another one.
I mean, I like stuff that shoots lots of bullets at once.
A shotgun.
Word.
1 minute till ring close.
Shotguns are fun in this game.
Yeah, they're actually really, really good. They got buffed too.
Alright.
Let's explore this way. Half a minute. Ring is near.
New kill leader appointed.
Hey, we got ourselves a new kill leader.
Attention. There is a new kill
Oh,
leader.
10 seconds. Ring's close. There's a new kill leader, and it isn't me.
Warning. Ring closing.
Prowler SMG here.
Unloaded over here. Yeah, over there.
just a victory, Shady.
I'll try.
Attention. Delivering care package. Has been
Backpack over here. Treasure pack? What is that?
Treasure pack, you can do something with them. Just don't remember how.
Shotgun. Looking at Shady.
I'm ordering pizza right now, sorry.
I was like, he's scouting the area. There's something going on.
Pizza time.
Pizza pizza.
I made chicken parmesan today, and it was delicious.
That sounds amazing.
Let's fucking go.
Like, honestly, it was probably one of the best chicken parmesans I've ever had, which really, really makes me think of this backpack up here.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Do we have one? That like ordering chicken parmesan on the at a restaurant is a complete ripoff. Never that good.
You just gotta go to the right place. Most places have like mid, very mid.
found a scope by chance?
There's a little one right here. Here. There it is.
Contact with hostile.
Oh, it's a dot sight.
I know. It's better than nothing.
Making contact with enemy.
It's that little
Did you
robot
find
guy.
somebody?
It's not a person, it's a robot thing.
Okay.
Carrying junk.
Just making sure.
No, I gotcha.
Be freaking me out. I'll be like, oh,
No, I was
oh my
like,
god.
oh. No, sorry. So sorry.
So if I tap 4, do I start using the thing that I'm trying to?
You have the whatever's pre-selected. So if you hold 4 and then you move the wheel around.
Yeah.
To whatever you want to select, let go of 4. You can see that it's pre-selected and next to your, at the bottom of your hub. And then if you press 4 again, you'll start to use it, but only if you actually can use it.
This
So
here
like if
is
you're full shields, you can't use the shield battery.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying.
The champion just fell.
There's still
This
stuff
is
over
our
here.
match.
It's nice once you get the hang of it, but like getting the hang of it is the hard part. Literally swimming in batteries here. Someone take
Shield
that.
battery here.
To do with it.
Batteries are the better shield heals because they heal all of your shields.
Oh, I should have
So
given
like see,
JoJo.
see how my shield has 4 bars to it?
Yeah.
Means it's a stronger shield. The highest tier is red, and that has 5 bars. And the battery will heal the whole thing. So like a battery on a red shield is equivalent to 5 cells.
Replicator on high.
Alright, well. I'm ready to find some people.
I am too.
This place is unlooted. Never mind, I take that back. There's an open door over there. You know what? Let's go craft.
Craft?
Yeah, so there's crafting in this game.
Where do you pick up the craft?
You get crafting materials out of these like little blue containers. I'll show you over here. See this symbol?
It's been gone for 60 seconds. There's a white raven.
This right here.
Oh, E. Track direction. Oh.
Oh, they're through tunnel. We're not gonna catch them.
We got ourselves
Yeah, but
a
what's
new
the white
kill leader.
raven?
That's the direction of the nearest enemy.
Oh, they went that way.
Nice. But if you hold E on this, you come up with a crafting wheel and you can start crafting stuff. So you can craft batteries.
Crafting. Hold
You
up
can
for me.
craft pretty much anything.
Oh,
Oh, I have no idea what I'm. Crafting. Oh. Light for my. Okay. Oh.
I haven't seen any heat shields. Are they still in the game?
Yep. I've got one in my hand right now.
Oh, cool. There's another raven.
Oh, I got a heat shield. I think.
Oh, they're all in fragment. Alright. I know exactly where they are. If you want to follow me, we can go there.
Yeah, they're
Hostile right here.
that way.
Everyone on this map always goes to one place. And, yeah.
Right.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care package on high.
Yeah, I can hear them in fragment. Holy shit. They're all over here.
Fresh blood over there.
There's a care package coming down right here.
Heads up. Only 2 other squads left.
Yeah, literally the whole lobby died right here.
We wait for the care package.
You can call it down if you want, but they'll let them know that we're here.
Team is right in front of us, by the way.
Don't shield out.
No. Save your bubble for when you need to heal.
Oh.
Don't use it aggressively.
We get some good news. We're in the next ring.
Heal. Yeah.
Getting shot.
No bubble.
I don't have it.
5 generations of IMC military training in
I feel like right there would have been a good time to bubble.
I didn't have it. That way.
Yeah, I know. But you didn't have it because you used it aggressively, that's what I'm saying.
Enemy, that away.
Place did we come in?
What?
Place did we third?
Third.
Nice.
Second? Yeah, third.
Oh, I completed the challenge. Alright, I'm gonna play one more. And then I'm gonna do other things.
Okay, I'll probably do the same.
What's the difference in an assault and skirmisher?
Skirmishers can reveal care packages, and that's pretty much it. Assault can carry more weapons, not weapons, carry more ammo, and they get special attachment bins. That's pretty nice. Which one are you? Assault.
This is your champion.
Watch out or I'll grapple you. Literally.
Oh, ew.
Stick is jump master.
I was like going to ice.
Go to ice, go.
Prepare for battle.
Deep. Since this is pubs, look at that ship right now. Look at the ship. Holy shit. They're all landing in fragments.
Over there.
Huh?
Third.
Why'd they do that?
That's just like a meme for this map. Everybody does that. You can only land there if you want to die. Or if you're really good.
I might have.
People like the combat.
Yeah. The combat is nice, but you'll die quick.
Attention. First blood.
Smell that. First blood.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Oh, backpacks allow you to carry more items, duh. Are they even useful? Like, if you ever get to a point where you're just like, I need more items?
Yeah. Late game, it's nice for holding a lot of shields. It's basically holding, like, provisions, if you will.
Got some extra supplies here. Load up.
Yeah, you hear all the gunfire over in Fragment.
Right, yeah, right over the hill. Oh, the charge rifle. Fuck.
Holy shit.
Already?
Yeah, they're probably dying quick. Let's go this way.
Check out over there. Which means they're coming to us.
I need ammo for real.
Be aware of the new kill leader.
I got energy and heavy.
There's a charge rifle right here if you want it.
No, that's alright.
Hostile right here.
Oh,
See people?
no, ignore me, ignore me.
Wait, how do you ping for hostile compared to like regular thing?
A double tap.
Oh.
Attention. Delivering
Yeah, you can literally just spam ping, and then it'll do enemies pings.
Care package on high.
new kill appointed.
Getting shot. Someone's gonna death
Knock one.
Gonna shut you up. Shields are low. Recharging them. Reloading.
I'm chill.
Killed one.
He's already down. Oh, purple. Get the purple.
Burp.
Reloading.
Have it. Oh.
Half the squads remain.
Gotta like survey the area, see where the enemies are. There's people over there.
Marking our
People over here.
Yeah.
Champion just
Swing left here.
in combat.
Yeah.
Got him.
Our enemies
Nice.
have met their fate.
Alright, we push
That
this.
squad is out.
I did it.
Nice.
Throwing an arc star.
Up.
Getting shot. Someone's got a death wish.
I'm taking fire. Multiple squads attack.
From behind, throw your bubble, throw your bubble.
Hey, rebel.
Ah!
We're behind them.
Shield up.
Hostile close.
Nice.
The cracked is getting their shield. I got you, brother.
Oh, there's a sniper. Be careful. Okay, they're still there.
No worries, brother.
I think they're.
I got you.
Like, I'm surrounded, aren't I?
You are, but they're not gonna drop on us, I don't think.
There's that team behind us.
Okay, come
Ah,
on.
damn it.
Dead or not, you have to admit that was awesome. Making contact with enemy.
We both got the same damage.
That was a better bubble.
Well, you told me. Of course it was. I panicked too, and I pressed tab on accident.
Oh no. It happens.
All right.
Anyways. Joel.
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez.
So we should play Overwatch next time.
Sure.
For some reason, I can do that better. Like aiming and everything. What I don't know what's with this game, but aiming is so much harder.
Yeah, there's a lot more movement in this game too.
The physics are like completely different.
Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, well. See ya.
Have a good night.
You too.
I'm gonna go I'm gonna go get some ice cream. See what he's doing.
Whoa. When I could simply care about the comfort.
The interview.
So I had a nice little routine. I had to clean up some audio.
Calling all CoverGirls.
All right,
Celebrate
I'll be right
15
back.
years of Lash Blast Volume Mascara. CoverGirl's #1 mascara with thousands of 5-star ratings. The volume boosting formula adds thickness and plumpness to lashes for up to 10 times more volume all day. Lash Blast Volume Mascara, a true icon from easy, breezy, beautiful CoverGirl. To try it yourself, just say, Alexa, add CoverGirl Lash Blast Volume Mascara to shopping list. That's Alexa, add CoverGirl Lash Blast Volume Mascara to shopping list.
Audio or anything like this. This is the Rode Wireless Go 2. I recommend this. It's very good. Not only can you run, a lav mic, which is what I did. They were clip-on mics, like you see in the news. You do these, they just put it in their pocket. You do whatever you do. This is the transmit or receiver that I can actually hook this into my broadcast studio sound and then work with that. And then when it kind of crapped out, but these things are cool because each one of them will record up to 14 hours of audio. That is 7 hours of uncompressed, which is like, nothing's been done to it. It's all lost less. And they can do these cool things. But this, I was able to recover sound for one of the guys. And as a result, made a pristine. I literally just pulled it out and then frame matched it to his audio using Adobe Premiere. And boom. Like, in like Flynn. Super cool. You're not allowed on Discord. You get banned. Ms. April, did you, in fact, get banned? Oh, yeah, speaking of which, I need to reach out to Home Slice here real quick and see if he wants to come on in at some point. So, let's see. We'll do this. We'll go liberal. Sorry. Bear with me 1 second. I apologize.
He's talking about me.
Liberal cluck. Liberal Democrats. Oh, my God. Okay. Oh, there he is. Well, I'm not really talking about you. I mean, you said you wanted to come in, so you're welcome to come in. If you just got in, why are you first time chat? What do you just unfollow me and then follow me? Oh my God. Here, come on in. The water's warm.
Let's see.
So anyway, that's going to be a fun
keep
time.
your fingers crossed.
And
I may be doing a live broadcast I may be doing a live broadcast of the 7th District Wisconsin GOP caucus. That's this Saturday. If I do it, I have to be on the road at like 4:30 in the morning. It's a 2-hour drive over, hour and a half setup. And then of course the caucus can go about 6 or 7 hours. You may see on in the VODs for me here or on my YouTube connection that it's like 6 hours and 15 or so minutes, 6 hours and 30 minutes or whatever it was. And it's just it's just a process. And if you don't know how political party stuff works, my goodness, I totally recommend that you go out and take a look at that. Hey, so with that, I am going to give me 1 second. I want to make sure I get this exactly correct. I want to put liberal cluck.
What's up?
Let me see. Can you guys hear him? I want to make sure that you can actually hear him, hear me. See where we are here. Click 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and say something, liberal.
Yeah. What's up, everybody?
Oh no, you can't hear him. Okay, 1 second. Let me get you fixed in. Let me get the audio set up for that.
Un momento, por favor, señor. There we go. Let's see. Okay, give me another sound check there, bud.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Sound check. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You can hear me. I can't hear you.
You not hear me
Shake
on
your head.
Discord?
Nod. Okay, you can hear me. I can't hear you.
Yeah, it's coming through. So.
Okay, 1 second.
Can you hear me?
We got. Okay. 1 second. See where we are here. Check 1. Ooh, that's terrible. I hate that. Check 1. Say something.
Something.
No, it's still not good. Wow. Okay. You go back up here. Maybe this will work. All right. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
No. What is going on? This is crazy. It's absolutely crazy. Let me see. My input device has to be. Make it chat. That's what it was before. I check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You can hear me shaking your head.
You're really robot-y right now.
No, can't hear you. Okay, 1 second. Let me just keep. It's magic. It's absolute magic when it doesn't work right. Let me see. Where are we at? Why, oh why, has my little dog gone away? Dum to dum dum dum. Let me see. Just bear with me. It's gonna happen at some point.
This is perfect. It gave me time to eat my ice cream.
So, yeah, that's working. Go ahead and talk, liberal. Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So you know you're really
So
robot-y.
what I gotta do to get you in there? What sound source? I guess I could try to pull Discord. That's just simple routing. Bear with me. This is a sound route.
Oh my goodness. I help him out, but I have no idea what's going on with his stuff.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Check, 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 check. Just wave your hand if you can hear me. Okay, good. You just keep, if I talk, you wave your hand so we know. Good Lord, this is crazy. I'll get you rigged up here soon enough, maybe, hopefully. Jesus. Can you guys hear background music as well? Can you hear music in the background? Okay, can the audience hear music?
Play Sims on stream one day, realize they're still not updated, and then play Valorant.
Can you hear music though, April?
Okay, so we're having
figure out exactly what isn't playing. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, let me see if I've got. It's really depressing. Okay, give me a.
Okay, give me a.
Go ahead and say something liberal.
Okay.
Say something liberal.
Yeah. You're so nothing's coming through on. Okay, well, he can't hear me. I'm an idiot. Okay.
Chickadee chick chick. Chickadee chick chick. Test?
Yeah, OBS.
Yeah, OBS.
Yeah, OBS.
Yeah, OBS. I'm running through a Rodecaster Pro, and I'm using I'm using the chat output, but it's not showing anything as active. So ESP1. I need to check the routing for. So that's chat. Chat should be fine. But I'm not capturing. Check 1, 2, 3.
Say
4,
something
5.
liberal.
You hear me?
Say something liberal.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, very.
Well, my friend, I don't want to kill. I have a limited amount of time tonight, so I don't know that I can actually have you on the show. Let me go back to the regular channel, see if we can hear you, even if we can't see you. Can you say something to me?
Even if we can't see you. Can you
That'd
say
be really
something to us?
unfortunate.
So ridiculous.
So
Yeah, man, that's.
Can you hear me on OBS? Just not stream?
Yeah, unfortunately, man, it's just not working when I have to do it a different way. It's not good. Well, anyway, I'm sorry, man, but it's just looks like it's not going to work tonight. I really did want to catch up with you and see how things were going, but maybe another time.
All right, well.
You can stick around and hang out if you want. Appreciate that if you would, if you do care. Okay, so back to my audience. Can you hear me? Hello. So sad. So sad.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see if there's anything going on in political shit.
You guys should be able to hear me. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
This will suck.
Okay,
I had
cool.
a conversation
Anyway,
end up in everything.
that's too bad. What I need to do is I need to move everything. I've got another computer that I'm going to move everything in. So I'm going to have like 2 computers, a field setup and a office studio setup. And the 2 will never mix. And I think that that's the way to do it, because it seems like anytime I move to do a remote or I do something, corporate or whatever, I come back and I've always kind of fiddle around with the settings, and it invariably always catches me and I look like an idiot. So, which is honestly not hard.
Might not be. Oh wait, he got banned from.
Oh, well, in any case, so the Supreme Court. I'll be streaming more frequently, so I'm looking forward to that.
I need a
first
conservative
next
to
big
talk
purchase
to,
is a teleprompter, and I'm really looking forward to being able to do that and actually produce some, look dead into the eye of the camera and just let you guys know where I am and what I'm trying to get done. So this is kind of interesting. So this monitor, it isn't on an adjustable thing. I've got a lift for it, but it's setting literally 3 inches off my desk. But it's a 43-inch TV, and my camera is probably about 2 or 3 inches taller than it was.
What do you guys
Okay,
think?
so
what
there are
do
good
you
reasons.
think then?
I'll even say that, but go ahead.
Like what?
What was Erudite's
Like what?
question?
I'll explain in a second, but I didn't want to overtalk somebody.
Yeah.
I'm about
Erudite,
to
go ahead.
derail, so I have a different question. So
Okay.
Sure.
Well, sure. No, Nina, do you want that question?
I have a better
answered by
derail.
Lactoid?
I was wrong.
I would like
was just
Lactoid to
straight
answer
up
that
wrong.
question. Yes.
I thought they had to go through NATO allies in order to deal with the city-state in Moldova, but no.
God damn
I'm
it,
just,
Scott.
fucking
was just
base
dumb
Giga Chad.
and was wrong. So yeah, I
Credit
was
to
just
you,
wrong
yeah.
on that one. All right, there you go. I
Fair
had to
enough,
like
fair
look it
enough.
up.
Let's go.
Thanks for
Yeah.
correcting that.
Lactoid, answer that question, then we'll go to Erudite. And then
Yeah, so I'm going to try to frame this in to make it be as close to the kind of topic question as possible, because I feel like a lot of the resistance that comes with even accepting some kind of ceasefire or accepting any kind of diplomatic solution here is this belief that Ukraine is fully 100% correct in everything that they've said, and Russia's just evil, right? They're just the ontological evil.
No,
They're like Nazi
no,
Germany.
let me say that.
I'm not saying so. I'm telling you what I've noticed about like contemporary culture. I'm not saying you're necessarily saying this, but this is just what I've noticed.
Sure.
Russia is evil, and I disagree obviously with Russia in a lot of ways, and I do overall think Ukraine is justified. But when we're looking at the reasons why Russia did what they did, there is a lot of justification. The main justification is when you look at every poll prior to Russia's intervention in Crimea wanted to leave Ukraine. The vast majority of the polls indicate that Crimea specifically wanted to leave Ukraine and join Russia.
Those polls were made after they were occupied, my dude.
No, before the occupation, and they were done by the UN. According to the UN, Crimea wanted.
That's Crimea.
That's
but
Crimea.
That doesn't explain.
We'll get to the rest of them.
2021 invasion or 2022.
Well, hold on, we'll get there, right? So the Crimea is important, right? That absolutely is relevant when it comes to Crimea, the initial part of Russian aggression, essentially. Now, the other areas, specifically the Donbass, are a little bit more contested, especially when you look kind of split halfway through. But there was tremendous amount of Russian support in those areas. In fact, after the civil war that began there, support for Ukraine essentially evaporated within the areas in rebellion. Now, this is important because the reason why they rebelled and the reason why Crimea shifted was because a democratically elected president was overthrown in an unconstitutional revolution. Just factually what happened.
Stop. You're gonna say the
Euromaidan, which was not constitutional.
Was democratically elected.
According to the UN that audited the
wasn't a Russian
election,
puppet?
according to the UN that audited the election, according to the United Nations, Yanukovych was elected in a free and fair election in Ukraine prior to Euromaidan.
Are you purposely living out that Yanukovych ordered for the snipers to kill Ukrainians?
2014 Ukraine
I'm
Revolution.
not leaving that out.
President
So there is
was
no
ousted.
constitutional reason why ordering police to shoot rioters means that you can just be unconstitutionally removed. That's not a thing in the Ukrainian constitution. Second, the rioters had already occupied multiple government buildings at the time of the shootings. And the shootings were at the people who were occupying
I
government
don't think
buildings.
that.
Do I think it was justified?
I don't
Probably
think that
not.
just
My
because they
understanding is the
ousted their
rioters
own
were
president, it
petrol bombs and
justifies
blocks.
Russia.
They didn't necessarily have a lot of
to-
firepower. They were just kind of occupying things and throwing rocks at buildings and storming government buildings. But we had a situation in America where an unarmed rioter was storming a government building and got shot and killed. And this idea of, can we justify overthrowing Biden because we had a cop shoot Babbitt when she was storming the White House? Well, if we're going to establish that we can start shooting rioters storming government buildings, well, then
Isn't that the most
course.
American thing to do is to
yes.
overthrow a government that is being tyrannical and
Yes.
subjugating its citizens in a dictatorial fashion?
Sure,
Revolutionary
you
war,
can
hello?
launch an unconstitutional revolution, but what I'm saying is that
That's literally
Russia
what
has a
America
good
was,
reason,
bro.
man.
I
Russia
think
has a
we
good
should actually
reason.
Go back
man.
to some John Locke
Lactoid.
theory.
That's just
arguing
not a
that
good
the
reason,
people have
though.
a right to overthrow
Yeah,
their government when they
So
believe
does
that
the
government-
Donbass not have a right to overthrow Ukraine?
Is it the Donbass doing it?
Yes, overwhelmingly.
There's also-
entirety of
Oh, it's definitely not just
No,
Russia
it's
then, huh?
not the Donbass
You're
doing it at
asking
all.
me
Did you
if
forget
the
about the little green men?
That's
Like,
kind of
okay,
ridiculous.
So,
That was in
so first
Crimea.
of all, Jay Chow, I get it, but if we go through clips and other interviews of you talking about January 6th, I'm sure you're not going to be on my side that they should have been there, right? I'm pretty sure you're going to be freaking out about how they were terrorists and they needed to be stopped. Nevertheless,
Well,
I
I'm not
just want to
actually
add
staking out my position here. I'm just interjecting with some theory and maybe some arguments as to what could we alternatively think. So when
Right,
it comes
you're just
to,
saying things
when it
you
comes
don't
to
believe.
Euromaidan,
No, but do you think that the
I also
Americans
think
couldn't have?
Right.
I
I also
murdered
think
the
Euromaidan was like not unjustified, but like them overthrowing the government was not legitimate. Like I see that as a coup, but like for Russia to react towards that as like, okay, let's take over Crimea. And the reason why they took over Crimea at that time was because they thought this was some grand conspiracy by the West to install a pro-West and pro-NATO regime in Kyiv and then turn
by a Soros-funded DA called Alvin Bragg, who looks and acts like a Tawana Brawley-era Al Sharpton. So the dominant rumor on the internet over the weekend was that Donald Trump will soon be indicted, possibly even handcuffed on camera. Is that true? We can't say. We do know that Trump is the subject of a grand jury investigation in Manhattan. That's a city that voted against Donald Trump by almost 80% in the last presidential election. We also know that the grand jury was impaneled by a Soros-funded DA called Alvin Bragg, who looks and acts like a Tawana Brawley-era Al Sharpton. So we would assume, on the basis of that evidence, that it's pretty likely Trump does get charged with something at some point. But charged with what?
That's what he calls evidence? Okay.
That's the question that should matter. In a free country, laws are universal. Laws apply to all citizens equally precisely because all citizens are considered equal.
Now, Tucker Carlson can't actually believe that the laws apply to all citizens equally, because if they did, Donald Trump would have been in jail a long time ago. Just like taking classified materials would land you in jail a long time ago.
For generations, this was very obvious to American liberals. In fact, it was the basis of their worldview. That was back when liberals opposed Jim Crow and were not trying to reinstate it as something called equity. We are not liberals, but we retain the traditional American view, which is that laws must be applied equally, or else they're not laws at all. Justice must be blind, or else it is tyranny. So we spent the day with the help of a lawyer on our staff trying to assess the likely charges against Donald Trump. And here's what we found. 8 years ago, as he was running for president, Trump paid a porn actress called Stormy Daniels $130,000. Daniels alleged that she and Trump had at one point had sex. Trump denied that. He still denies it. But in exchange for promising not to repeat that claim in public, Trump, through his then attorney, Michael Cohen, sent Stormy Daniels a check. Was that legal? Well, we can answer that question. Because there was a campaign in progress at the time, officials at the Federal Election Commission later examined the transaction between Trump and Stormy Daniels. Federal investigators concluded that nothing criminal had taken place. And in fact, settlements like this, whatever you think of them, are common, both among famous people. Again, was that Donald Trump will soon be... Well, the media don't seem very interested in finding out. This is Donald Trump. He's a criminal. Later examined the transaction between Trump and Stormy Daniels. Federal investigators concluded that nothing criminal had taken place. And in fact, settlements like this, whatever you think of them, are common, both among famous
Pleaded guilty of charges to 18 that the payment and another prosecutor decided not to bring charges against him. By then was president. The Manhattan District Office launched its own several years, but has been gathering out of
famous people, celebrities, and in corporate America. The result is usually known as an NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. In this case, you can believe whatever side you want to believe, but paying people not to talk about things, hush money, is ordinary in modern America.
Isn't it? That's not the issue. I don't think it was. I. That, why Trump could be arrested with Trump's possible hush money case. My understanding is not that the fact that he paid Stormy Daniels hush money, it's the fact that he paid Stormy Daniels hush money from political funds. That's the illegal part. That meant a former president would be a remarkable moment in a possible charges really. And then possibly, what's the possible crime? Former lawyer and picture Michael Cohen case Stormy Daniels 2016. Cohen's version of was done in the direction of his boss because of going public about an affair she alleged she had with Donald Trump, and Trump was White House reimbursed, but he has denied the affair. But the payment of the hush by itself crime. In this case, the possible crime is how the payments were documented on the books of Trump Organization. According to Mark Pones, the former prosecutor worked closely in the case and recently published a book about his experience. Cohen submitted phony invoices throughout 2017, referencing a retainer agreement and requesting payment. Then Cohen received a series of checks hand-signed by Trump while he was in the White House. The legal problem is that there was no retainer agreement. According to Pomerantz, it was all done to cover up the hush money. The fake documentation of legal expenses in Trump's organization books could trigger a charge under New York state law, which makes falsifying business records. So it's not even, it's falsifying business records is why he's getting indicted. Dishonest fuck.
According to the FEC, there was no need for Donald Trump to report his payments to Stormy Daniels, nor was the money that he sent her through his attorney subject to campaign finance limitations. The FEC determined the entire thing was a personal expenditure. It clearly was. So what is the crime here? Well, the media don't seem very interested in finding out. This is Donald Trump.
I just read a media article about that very thing. It tells us normally false business records charge would be a misdemeanor. In order to elevate it to a felony, the defendant needs to have created a fake record with the intent to commit or conceal another crime. Here it's unclear as to whether Manhattan District Attorney's Office plans to argue the second crime. Some legal commentators have suggested that perhaps the DA is only prosecuting the misdemeanor charge. Others have argued that it would be a waste of time and resources and give Trump the power to paint the case as weak. If the grand jury doesn't vote in favor of prosecuting the case as a felony, it could direct the prosecutor to file a misdemeanor case instead. Prior district attorney's office run by Bragg's predecessor, Democrat Steve Vance, previously investigated the false business record charge and limitations at length. According to the source familiar with the investigation, Vance even commissioned outside lawyers to look at the legal issues involved, but ultimately opted not to move forward with prosecution. It was viewed as a gamble at the time and still is by many legal experts. Grand jury indicts. Then the key will be what's the prosecution theory about the second crime above. Is it a state crime? Some have pointed to the possible conspiracy charge under New York law, with the idea being that Trump conspired with another to make sure the affair didn't come to light before 2016 election. Others have suggested that federal campaign finance violations could be at play. That's what Michael Cohen pled guilty back in 2018, along with other charges stemming from probe and Cohen, led by the Office of U.S. Attorney. State prosecutors potentially hitching their case. A federal crime is viewed as legally risky and untested grounds. With no robust legal precedent to here, the gamble for prosecutors is that a judge or appellate court might throw out the charge or conviction from a president. Can't you still charge him with the misdemeanor? Trump has a cast of investigations is politically motivated because Braggs is a Democrat, but the argument made by his lawyer in court will likely be different and could hinge on Trump's intent at the time of the payments were made. New York law requires intent to defraud in order for a jury to convict on a false business record charge. Trump's attorney could argue there was never any intent to defraud, and the Trump organization is the company. Wait, if he is the company, didn't Trump organization get in some hot water recently? Wouldn't that mean that Trump should have been the one getting in trouble? Google is trash. Yeah, so the Trump organization was convicted of tax fraud, apparently. Grand larceny, falsifying probably records. Like, if your argument is that the Trump organization, Trump is the Trump organization, therefore he had no intent of defrauding the Trump organization, then he should have been held responsible for all that shit. Trump suggested on social media Monday that even if a crime had been committed, the statute of limitations would be up by now. That's unlikely to be a major sticking point. Statute of limitations on felony charges related to false business records normally require an indictment to happen within 5 years, but the statute of limitations is old, meaning falls when the defendant is not continuously present in New York. Given that Trump was only rarely in the state while serving as president, this is likely a hurdle that the prosecution can overcome if it moves forward with the case. But it has to be federal, felony. It has to be felony charges. That to be the Trump's attorney may also point Palmera's book to bolster their arguments. Palmera's explains potential problems with mounting successful false business records cases. Yeah, so they basically are saying that like it's possible. Like Tucker Carlson is going on being like, what crime is being committed? He's being accused of fraud, being accused of falsifying records, and defrauding the Trump organization. That's a crime that's being accused. Now Tucker Carlson's going to go on and be like, what? But there's no evidence, and here's the evidence against that. I'm not sure what evidence the prosecution is going to have, but all that shit is not like a thing that's going to be should be decided on a Fox News show where the host has already admitted to going on air saying things that they don't believe, and has also said that no serious person should take no person in their right mind will take him serious. So, like, yeah.
He's a criminal. Everything he does is a crime. Watch.
Simply because he may have committed worse crimes, you don't let him off of lesser crimes. If you are, for example, seeking a prosecution for murder, if the guy gets caught drunk driving in another context before that, you don't just let him go because you have bigger fish to fry.
Nobody is above the law, including Donald Trump. It doesn't matter that this is kind of a minor crime compared to some of the other allegations.
A crime is a crime is a crime is a crime. That's what anybody prosecuting or a judge would say.
A crime is a crime is a crime, as Mika said. An indictment is an indictment is an indictment. When I hear people saying this is much ado about nothing, I think about all the members of Congress I served with and understanding every single one of them would have been charged and sent to jail had they done this.
I was reading the Bible, which said that a man sows, that he may also reap.
Joe Scarborough, ladies and gentlemen, telling us what a crime is. A crime with a woman. Okay. There's Al Sharpton lecturing us about the Bible. It's hilarious.
Why is that hilarious? Like, it sounds to me like you're trying to make the case that that the left is trying to make out like Donald Trump is a criminal no matter what. Let's say before that.
A personal expenditure. It clearly was.
I don't think it was. Okay.
So what is the crime here? Well, the media don't seem very interested in finding out. This is Donald Trump. He's a criminal. Everything he does is a crime. Watch.
Yeah, so Tucker Carlson's trying to make it out like the media is trying to say that everything that Donald Trump does is a crime. But that's not what these people are saying. If we listen to this again, we will see that these people are simply saying that just because Donald Trump is being accused of bigger things, such as the case in Georgia, such as what crimes are Donald Trump being accused of? Oh, the documents case. That's right. That's the other one. Just because like he's being accused of those things, bookkeeping fraud. That's probably considered one of the minor ones. Documents case. Obstruction, mishandling, documents case. Election law investigation. Election, the 2020 election, January 6th. So just because like it's he's potentially, what they're saying is just because potentially he could be found guilty or be investigated for all those other bigger things doesn't mean that we should just like let him get by with this. That's all they're saying. I guarantee you, if I find each one of these clips, that is what they're saying. They're not trying to say Donald Trump is a criminal because he's Donald Trump. They're saying that he's a criminal because he's done these big things, but he's also done this little thing, and we shouldn't ignore the little thing.
Simply because he may have committed worse crimes, you don't let him off of lesser crimes. If you are, for example, seeking a prosecution for murder, if the guy gets caught drunk driving in another context before that, you don't just let him go because you have bigger fish to fry.
No.
Like the Fox News audience has to be an idiot to fall for this. Like they have to be full of idiots. They like Fox News thinks their audiences are idiots, and to be honest, if they're falling for this shit, then
nobody is above the law, including Donald Trump. It doesn't matter that this is kind of a minor crime compared to some of the other allegations.
literally what they said, what I said verbatim.
A crime is a crime is a crime is a crime. That's what anybody prosecuting or a judge would say.
A crime is a crime is a crime, as Mika said. An indictment is an indictment is an indictment. When I hear people saying this is much ado about nothing, I think about all the members of Congress I served with and understanding every single one of them would have been charged and sent to jail had they done this.
I was reading the Bible, which said that a man sows, that he may also reap.
Joe Scarborough, ladies and gentlemen, telling us what a crime is. A crime with a woman. Okay. There's Al Sharpton lecturing us about the Bible. It's hilarious. Oh, the hypocrisy. But it didn't really answer the question. Why are we handcuffing Donald Trump?
Those segments probably weren't meant to answer that question. Those segments were meant to defend the idea that they should be going after Trump for this little thing when he's got other bigger things that he potentially could be gone after for.
Liberals don't seem to care at all as long as it happens, as long as Trump gets...
That's just not true. Holy crap, that's just not true. You have not presented that. You have not demonstrated that.
Handcuffed. But in fact, there's plenty of evidence that Trump committed no crime in sending money to Stormy Daniels. We don't have to guess. Consider the case of former North Carolina Senator John Edwards. Edwards was often described as a fiery liberal, but in fact, he was a populist. He ran for president twice, and in the process, infuriated the leaders of the Democratic Party by talking way too much about income inequality. They really hated him for that. Long after Edwards left office, Barack Obama's DOJ charged him with federal finance violations. So the premise of the case against John Edwards was that he had received $1 million in gifts and that he spent that money in hush money payments to his mistress, with whom he later had a child. Obama's DOJ argued that the money that Edwards sent to his girlfriend amounted to campaign contributions. Edwards never reported that money, so Obama's DOJ tried to send him to prison. Well, in the end, the case fell apart under the weight of its own incoherence. So Obama's lawyers argued that any payment that could conceivably help a political candidate politically is by definition a campaign expenditure. There's no law that says that, by the way. They just made it up. But if you think about it for a second, it doesn't make sense. If that were true, flip it around. It would mean that candidates could use donor money and also taxpayer money in the form of federal matching funds to pay for any personal expense as long as that expense could conceivably benefit them politically. So candidates could take federal matching funds, tax dollars, to buy Ferraris as long as they argued those Ferraris would appear in campaign ads, et cetera, et cetera. It's nonsensical. So not surprisingly, John Edwards was acquitted in that case. It was a humiliating defeat for the Obama administration.
I don't think this is the same argument that that's against Trump. And this is on a state level. You're talking about federal versus state laws here.
But it also sent a clear message and set a precedent, which Alvin Bragg apparently is ignoring. So we don't know that an indictment's coming, as noted, and if it does come, we're not sure what it's going to say. We haven't seen it. But if Trump is indicted for sending money to Stormy Daniels, well, you'll be watching the abuse of law enforcement power. Oh, but you can't complain about it. Because as Congresswoman Maxine Waters has explained, political protests staged on behalf of Donald Trump are not constitutionally protected. They're domestic terrorism. Watch.
This is Donald Trump sending messages out to domestic terrorists that he's worked with and he helped to organize for the invasion of the Capitol on January 5th. He's sending out a message to them to get ready to protest any arrests, indictments, etc. that he may have. So he's basically talking to the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, QAnon, KKK.
Oh, January 6th. The only really organized group on January 6th was the FBI, of course.
That's not true. The Proud Boys and the 3%ers were absolutely there. The FBI report said that there were 5% of people that were there were probably organized and had a plan.
But consider the idea and where it's coming from. This is Maxine Waters. This is the lady who cheered on the LA race riots 3 decades ago. This is the very same person who just a few years ago said, and we're quoting,
All right, we're done with that. I'm so dumb. Tucker Carlson's so fucking dumb.
Of a solution to this in order to end things. So maybe there could be a solution to the Russia-Ukraine war that has something to do with changing territory. But again, we have to go back to, well, what are the interests of both Russia and Ukraine? And they're irreconcilable. Ukraine has no interest in letting any of its given territory to go to Russia, and Russia is butthurt over wanting to keep Donbass as well as its annexed territory. That also includes Crimea.
Oh, I think
Let's
they want
go
the whole
to
country. Sorry.
Corey. No problem. Corey, then Nina.
Yeah. Well, I'm also going to slightly disagree with Jay Chow. So as a Quebecer, a real Canadian, I have to defend referendums. Since Quebec had a referendum in '95, remember correctly, where we narrowly chose, or 50.5% of the population chose to stay within Canada. And I think there's somebody said for referendums. But I just want to briefly touch upon what Lactoid spoke about earlier, or alluded to in terms of you are correct, Lactoid, that's how polling works. So just a small sample that might represent a larger sample. But as far as I know, you don't rely on polling data to establish whatever autonomy or sovereignty, or that's where the referendum comes to play, and where it's with enough select polling, in Quebec, you can maybe establish a justification for Quebec autonomy. But we didn't do that, and we had a referendum. So I don't think citing polling data as a justification is appropriate.
That's a weird critique, man.
Oh
there's
my
a
gosh,
war
so
going on. We
dumb.
can't really fucking vote right now. He's just talking about understanding what the population feels, right? I don't think he's saying the polling alone is what should be used for this. I think he's just pointing to the fact that these
actually
people
a cesspool.
very well
I
may have
hate it.
felt a certain way.
Hi, racist.
I'm not disagreeing fully with that, and just saying I don't think it's the strongest argument to make. That's
What
all.
does that have anything to do with what I was talking about at all?
So I think this is, if we're going to be honest with ourselves, I feel like this is a little bit of cherry pick, or I think it's
I
cherry
don't know
picking.
why
I think
you're
it's the sort
saying
of
that. I don't know.
inconsistency. I think it's
Trump
well, when
exposes
it supports
the state
us,
of the
yes, the
Democratic
data
and
is all
Republican
good,
parties.
but when
How
it goes
so?
against our interests, well,
So what
polling
are
is
you
kind of
going on
shit.
about?
I mean, yeah, they had a
I think
referendum
that
in
Trump did a really
1992,
good
but
job
they,
at
they
exposing a
overwhelmingly
lot of
voted
problems
one
that
way,
the
and
government
the
has
Ukrainian government
because
came
he was
in
too
and threw it all
dumb
away.
to
But
like
that was
get away
1992.
with
That was a long
some of the
time ago.
shit
But then
that he
1991
tried to
was even
do.
longer ago. The reality is, like, according not only to the UN, but also according to the Kiev Institute, International Institute of Sociology, according to Germany's largest pollster, GfK, according to Gallup, according to the Washington,
I like
D.C.
live in a country where telling
Pew
lies,
Research,
spreading
according to
falsehoods,
every
aging
single poll, and there's been
information
so many done,
come
according to
with
all of them,
nominal penalties. Can we
consistently,
go away
incredibly large
with parking tickets
majorities
and
of people have voted.
finding
We don't want to be
relatives
part of
and
Ukraine
liars?
anymore. And large majorities of people have also voted to specifically leave Ukraine and join Russia.
When you
And
bird
if
monkey,
you
I
have to
obviously
contend with that. The reality here is,
please
and I
be more
bite the bullet
careful.
on this, I'm not like democracy means all, the end here, right? We get to sometimes dictate what people do.
I see
And in
this
this
from a
case,
follower.
yeah,
Classroom
I
in
don't think that
California,
people,
homeschool
because it doesn't
kids.
serve Western interests, I don't think these areas should be able to democratically
Black
leave. But
Lives
if it was up
Matter.
to democracy, which all of you supposedly care to, or pretend to care about, then they would not be part of Ukraine, right?
Okay,
If you care about democracy, they would not be part of Ukraine.
Democracy in its
Wait,
purest
can I
form
ask
is
a
really
question
cringe.
here though? Can
It's
I ask
not
you a
about
question,
the.
Factoid?
Democracy sucks. Go ahead.
It's your turn any which way. So yeah, and then what I go.
If let's say, what are you saying that the numbers were for the people that wanted to join Russia?
I mean, according to
Ugh.
polls,
Man,
so according to
Just whichever one.
So
That's not my main question.
March 12th to 14th, Germany's largest pollster, GfK, 70.6% of Koreans intended to vote for joining Russia. 10%, 10.8% restoring the 1992
So if Quebec, 70% of them wanted to join America, do you think America is then okay with invading that country?
This was literally the UN case. The UN case was literally.
You're not answering my question.
I'm going to directly answer it, because the UN case was on
to
Quebec, right? And the argument that the UN put forward as to why Quebec
It came from
couldn't,
Sneeko.
What the
Canada
fuck
would
is
be
justified
going on about?
from
Holy
leaving the country
shit.
completely.
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about another
I'm-
nation.
I'll get there. I'll get there.
Let me finish.
So the
Okay,
reason
okay.
why they weren't justified in leaving Canada, whether it be to be independent, whether it be to join America, whether it be to join any other fucking country, the reason, like, the tribunal said that they couldn't do that was because people in Quebec had democratic rights.
Oh, I
and
need a
their vote
Republican
for
to talk
president
to.
mattered
I
just
need
as
a
much
right
as
winger to
anybody
talk
else,
to.
and they were not discriminated against for being Quebec.
Prime Minister.
I might just
That
pack
was
it up.
Prime
Go to
Minister,
bed.
sorry. That was the reason given by the tribunal. Now, Ukraine is different because the president that all these areas voted for got removed unconstitutionally. It would be like if we unconstitutionally removed Biden and then Californians were like, well, fuck, we don't want to be part of America anymore if you're going to put Trump back unconstitutionally. And then we say, no, fuck you. That is the actual comparison. Now, you could say, well, I still don't think California.
Yeah, that would be fucked if California decided to do that.
Like,
What do you mean?
After the invasion, that happened after Russia, who were already there, decided to occupy Crimea, and then the referendum happened.
Euromaidan?
Nothing's happening
Yeah,
anymore.
Euromaidan
Russia was
happened
in
first.
Crimea before Euromaidan.
Actually, the
I
problem is
I don't
that
think so. I think Euromaidan actually happened first.
The problem is
Okay, so like Russia had least the.
Am I just
naval
really
base. Like,
quiet?
the Russians
Like,
were
or
in
do I need to be?
Crimea already.
You are kind of quiet.
You are kind of quiet. Ivy, turn away up.
Go ahead, Jisha, finish your point. I do want to get Tycho, who's.
Fact Trump is attacking Ron DeSantis over the possibility that a radical.
No, not you. That was Tycho.
Tiberius was trying to talk.
Indict him.
Go ahead, Jay-Chow, finish whatever point you're making, and then I want to go Tycho.
Okay, yeah. So then, like, it's still illegitimate for Russia to invade Crimea, or even for Crimea to go to Russia, because Euromaidan happened, and then Russia was like, okay, let's take Crimea like instantly, which they did, and then the referendum happened. while it was being
recreational
occupied, and they were the ones who administered the referendum.
400 round
so, like,
magazine.
obviously,
Second
even
Amendment isn't about
even if you were to
recreational.
compare this to Quebec.
Founding
it's
fathers
also-
didn't
that's
get
just a
back
false
from a hunting
comparison.
trip.
The
They
UN
drafted the Constitution.
definitely would not see them as the same.
But what if
That's
China
fine.
came in and brokered a deal?
Yeah, what if they did the referendum in Crimea? What if they
Since
oversaw
that's what
it?
the fucking topic is about. I'm just
Okay.
curious, what if then
So
China
here's the
came
thing
in and
about.
brokered that deal?
Here's the thing about the Second Amendment that I was thinking about. Second Amendment. This is something that I wanted to talk to More Perfect Union about, but I didn't get a chance to because he couldn't get his sound to work. All right, a well-regulated militia, being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay, so the argument is always from the other side is, well, a lot of times they'll ignore this part. They'll ignore this part outright and just focus on this part, which is fucking ridiculous in my opinion. But they have an argument for you if you even add this part to it, and that is that the militia is the people. Every able-bodied person in America is considered the militia. However, those same types of people, especially if you're talking to like a constitutional conservative, will try to use the founding fathers' words in order to interpret what they meant by by the amendments. And in that, they will also say, well regulated doesn't mean regulations in the way that we talk about regulation. It means well trained. None of those arguments work. If you are adding this part, I think it becomes very clear that the Second Amendment is meant to be arms for a militia, and whatever that defined that militia would probably have been up to the states. And if you are going to use the words of the founding fathers and try to interpret what they meant by militia, then you can use the Federalist Papers number 29 by Alexander Hamilton, which says that the militia is not supposed to be everybody in America. He believed that was economically a poor decision. So if you're trying to have a constitutional conservative view of this, then you're not going to apply the word militia to everybody in America. And when I brought that up to More Perfect Union a while ago, he said something about Alexander Hamilton being like not taken serious, and nobody really agreed with him on that. And that's kind of like where the whole using the founding fathers' words to interpret the Constitution falls apart. Because the founding fathers didn't really agree. And I think that using things that they said in speeches and stuff is really ridiculous when we've got words on the Constitution that can be pretty well interpreted as it is. They very clearly meant for the Second Amendment to be applied to a militia. The right of the people, they don't define which people, except for in the first part where they mention a militia. And even if the word regulated means training, that supports my argument that they didn't mean for the militia to be Joe Schmo off the street. They meant for the militia to be a trained body that is that's supposed to have the guns, not just anybody. Which means that like training requirements should be constitutional. Should like if a state wants to pass the requirement that you have to have a certain amount of training and keep going back to training before you are allowed to own and keep your guns, that should be a constitutional thing. I wonder what Pisco would say about that. I wonder if he'd be willing to talk to me about that. Okay. Wonder if he'll answer me. I sent him a message a while ago, almost a month ago, and he didn't back. I'm supposed to be talking to. I want to talk to Rob Nora also. Said come up sometime. He'd be happy to talk, and I asked him in general when's a good day and time for you. He didn't answer me that back. I should have messaged him at the beginning of. Wonder how long this is gonna take.
So
Well,
how
like
much of
nothing
like
goes
a
one way though.
so yeah, but like how much of a nothing because like a lot of times like it feels like China and these countries are doing a lot of big political moves to like make waves and it like mostly ends up being like large nothing burgers that nobody cares about. Like how much do we think that China is likely to engage in good faith with these peace talks? I'd be curious what you guys think.
0.
Yeah, I mean, let's just ask them. We'll have a referendum in Crimea, if they'll have referendums in Tibet and Hong Kong.
Wow. Look, shots fired.
I mean, I will take that. Let's do it.
Right. The original topic, right, is dealing with kind of
Somebody
China
is-
being this negotiator and doing other things,
Yeah.
right?
Hello,
Tiberius
Steve.
D and I both mentioned
Hello.
the recent deal.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
All right. Awesome. I don't think I have much time to chat, but I just wanted to get your take on the whole Trump arrest thing.
Oh, I was actually watching a Tucker Carlson piece on that and looking up stuff. It seems to me like the consensus is that if they do arrest him, it's going to be a real stretch to make it felony charges. I think they have a good case for like misdemeanor charges. But like if you want it to be felony, then it's going to be a stretch. Because the way it works is so basically he's being accused of falsifying documents through the Trump organization, and in order for that to be a felony and not a misdemeanor, it has to be falsifying documents in order to commit another crime.
I thought it had something to do with like a payoff and the lawyer and the porn star and all that.
Yeah, it's involved with that. So like the
Yeah, okay.
Trump organization. So first of all, Michael Cohen. My understanding of the story is Michael Cohen paid off Stormy Daniels, paid her hush money, and then over time, Trump gave Michael Cohen money back for doing that through the Trump organization. And when they filed that, when they wrote it down, they wrote it as something that wasn't what it was, and that's falsifying documents.
Oh, okay.
So, like that part seems pretty clear that he falsified the documents, but the problem is they're going for felony charges. And in order for that, they have to have some other crime on top of that. Like they had to been falsifying those documents in order to get away with another crime.
There has to be another crime directly connected to that activity, or just
Yeah.
another crime that he committed in general. Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, to connect it. Like
Yeah.
they had to have falsified those documents in order to get away with something else.
I mean, is there any evidence that he committed like a felony in the process of doing that? Like, is there any lead there?
Let's see. What's a possible crime? Trump was in the White House. According to prosecutor listening book. There's no container in the. Here it's unclear. Manhattan District Attorney Office plans to argue second crime. Some legal commenters suggest that perhaps the DA is only prosecuting charge. Others have argued that it would be time and resource power to claim country. Yeah, the article I read doesn't actually
Okay.
say what the other crime would be.
Yeah, so I don't know if like I have a weird take on this. I haven't really been following this closely because I don't really follow anything closely because I'm lazy.
Yeah.
But I don't. I think I might be missing something because it seems to me like this is a complete nothing. I
Yeah.
mean, Trump, like Trump just said that he was going to be arrested this coming Tuesday, or I guess tomorrow, right? And I mean, is there a source for that? Like he just claimed that out of nowhere. And apparently, anyone who who's like close to Trump, like any kind of lawyer that he has, who was asked about this, says, "Well, I don't know. I didn't get a tip that he was going to be arrested on Tuesday. Like he just came up with that." So is that? I mean,
I haven't
is
seen
the
anything.
source just like he made it the fuck up, or?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything to suggest that Tuesdays
Yeah.
would be the day if they did arrest him.
If anything, this is like some kind of weird troll. Like this is some kind of top tier troll to get all the news stations talking about it or something like that. I don't know why he would make that up unless, I mean, option A is he's a dementia ridden old fool, which is possible. And he just like thought that that was the case, so he wrote it. Option B is he's trying to fake them out somehow. Like he's trying to go like, oh, well, I'm going to say it's on Tuesday, so that means if you don't arrest me on Tuesday, then you're all pussies and you're never going to do it anyway or whatever. So I don't know. I can't decide though.
He could
We'll see
just
what
be
happens
like
tomorrow.
he could actually be paranoid too. He has a sense of paranoia that goes with dementia. You know.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, if it's just I think Trump is a paranoid person in general, like throughout his whole life. Pair that with some kind of neurodegenerative illness, then you get some kind of out of the blue comment like, "Oh, Tuesday is the day," or whatever. So that's I don't know. I've been going back and forth on Trump's mental state since like the 2016 election, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you've ever kind of studied his personality closely, but he seems to be completely out to lunch one minute and then totally with it and totally sharp as a tack like the next minute, and it's very weird.
Well, that's actually common. I'm pretty sure that's common for like people starting. I'm not saying he is, but like it's possible to be like that if you are.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I used to work with a dementia patient, and she was too far gone to be sharp as a tack, but she definitely had her days where she was wondering and thinking that she was going home. I work in a prison, thinking that she was going home or thinking that her dad owned the prison. And she had her days where she was or there.
Right. I don't know. I mean, this has kind of been a thing for like the past, I don't know, 7 years or something like that, where I just kind of noticed like during Trump speeches, the way that he trails off and kind of says one long paragraph long sentence that's like a jumble, like a mishmash, like it's a word vomit. But then other times he seems to be really with it and like he gets things really quickly. Like, do you remember the moment in the 2020 debate with Biden where ironically Biden was like showing signs of dementia because he was like, okay, number one thing that I'm talking about is this, number three is this, and Trump like points to him in the middle of his own thing and he goes, you missed number two, you forgot to say number two, Joe, and then he like continues saying whatever he was going off. It's actually like a really funny moment, but yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't see that. I don't know. I don't
Oh,
think I
really?
watched any of
This
the
is
presidential debates.
I should link that clip because it's probably the funniest thing I ever saw on television. Let me try to find it right now.
Watch It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. That's hilarious.
Yeah, but this is like a real thing that actually happened, like live, which makes it funny. Trump, no, you were on number two. What? C-SPAN takes a problem with my ad block. Guess I have to watch ads if I want to go on C-SPAN.
Really? C-SPAN? Don't we pay for that? Like with federal taxes?
I thought so, but the government's robbing us left and right.
I remember when I was young, sometimes my parents wouldn't pay for the satellite bill, and it was like the only thing I had.
Okay, I found it. Here, I'll just link this. I don't know if you're streaming right now, but
I am.
Okay. If you are, try to get this up. It's really hilarious.
All right.
Wait. Is it fair to say he blew it when, in fact, there was when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Excuse
me, Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you were number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back men.
He said number two, but he just didn't say anything after that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's like number two, number three. No, you are number two. Excuse me, Chris.
It actually does look like two old men who are losing it.
Manufacturing.
At it.
I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Standard fare.
I'm the guy.
I built the jobs, and we're gonna have a wall. We're gonna have a big
wasn't
wall.
booming. It was the weak industry.
And all that crap. It's like, who the hell knows what he's talking about? Only he does sometimes.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Can't wait to see what happens tomorrow, if anything.
What do you think about this? I wish it was happening in Virginia. I'd go down there and film it. But what do you think of this whole Fox News Minion thing?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Really? But do you watch Fox News at all?
Introduce it. No. I mean, sometimes I watch clips of Tucker when he says something crazy or interesting, but no, I never watch Fox News.
So this is my idea of the story. I haven't gone in depth, so I don't have as many fact check whatever, So apparently what happened was that Dominion suing Fox News over their coverage over them slandering Dominion machines as rigged. And in that lawsuit, they got access to personal emails and text messages from the hosts who were pushing the election fraud lie. And it turns out that those hosts, all of them but one, didn't believe the shit that they were pushing on their show.
Did not believe.
They did not believe it, but they were pushing it on their show anyways.
So, is that illegal?
I think that it shows intent for a defamation case.
Okay.
But
I mean, is the problem that the hosts were saying things or making claims that they didn't believe?
Yeah. So if you,
I guess that would point towards defamation. Okay, I can see how that would.
Yeah. So they seem pretty screwed. I think that's pretty funny.
Interesting.
Seems like nobody who watches Fox actually knows about it though. Which is
well, I don't watch anything.
Yeah.
But I could actually, if I was more industrious and actually into the whole streaming journalism space, I could probably go to New York tomorrow and just walk around and see what happens in case anything happens.
Wait, are you close?
I'm not gonna. Yeah, I'm like an hour train right away.
Oh, that's crazy.
So I don't know. I can't do that because I have an appointment tomorrow or whatever. So.
Oh.
But that's probably actually the opposite of what I should be thinking about doing, because if shit actually went down, you're a brave guy because you actually went to the January 6th stuff. I didn't know. I mean, I don't know if you knew what was going to happen.
I didn't. No.
No. Okay. If you did, would you have still gone?
Of course.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't have.
I've got that white boy's bravery, that white boy courage.
Yeah, and all the horror movies where you're like, oh, let's go into the chainsaw
exactly. That's
massacre
me.
Fucking house.
Here's something rustling in the bushes. Oh, it might be
let's
a bear.
go
Let's go
out.
check it out. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly.
That's his.
I'm just gonna walk into the woods with this nice juicy steak taped to my back. You
go on Twitter at all?
Sometimes. I started to use Twitter more because I tried to give up Reddit for Lent, which is it's like giving up cocaine and starting meth. But
really,
I actually failed on both counts, and now I'm using both. So
nice. I think Twitter's gotten more dumb over the recent months.
Well, everyone I follow on Twitter is dumb anyway, so I
Most
haven't
of the
really
shit that I
noticed the
see,
difference.
most of the shit I see aren't people I follow.
Hmm.
Like I don't follow Ask Aubrey. I'm pretty sure I don't follow Lauren Boebert or Newsmax.
You should. It's a great source of information.
Newsmax. So?
Yeah, it's probably the most reputable journalism in the country right now.
Being sarcastic, you have to be.
Yeah, I know.
They're worse than Fox. I don't like any of the.
I've never even seen. I don't even know if I've seen a single clip from Newsmax. That's how little I know about it.
I don't know if I've made a video out of it, but I tore apart a Newsmax or Newsmax video time, and it was so easy.
Huh.
The Tucker Carlson clip I just watched. He showed a clip of people saying left-wing news places saying just because Donald Trump is being looked at for bigger crimes, it doesn't mean that we should just ignore this little crime, talking about the one he cited for work. And the way Tucker Carlson framed that before he started playing the clips was the left just thinks that everything Donald Trump does is a crime. I'm just like, that's not what they were saying at all, like even a little bit.
I think it's a really good thing that Tucker is on the air.
Really? What is your argument for that?
I think he's the most real host. I mean, so the reason that I don't watch news, CNN, MSNBC, whatever, CBS, ABC, Fox, mostly Fox, is because it's boring as fuck. Okay, it's like this guy, it's from the era where you were supposed to get a job and put on a suit and sit in front of a desk and like say things with a very straight face. I watch, YouTube and those people curse and they say crazy shit and yell at people and all that. That's what's fun. Like, I don't want to have some boring guy like tell me what's going on. Tucker is going through like a schizo arc though. Like, he's crazy. And I think we need more news people who are crazy. Like, I don't think he's actually crazy, but, he appears crazy compared to everyone else, which is a good thing because we need more crazy people.
Do you like him just entertaining?
Yes, but it's kind of also that he talks about shit in a way that makes me feel like he doesn't think I'm an idiot. And what I mean by that is he probably thinks I'm an idiot, but at least he has the decency to speak to his audience as if he doesn't think they're idiots. Like most, if you kind of want to know like the core of what I'm getting at here, you've probably seen that video where it's like a compilation of all the local stations and they're all reading from the same script that some elite gave them or whatever, and it's like, this is a danger to our democracy. It's about fake news or whatever. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Was that the one that they try to use to defend Trump's words?
Maybe it was. I'll send it to you later. But it was like this scripted thing that all like local stations that were under one company.
It was the thing that showed that all these news stations were getting marching orders from top down.
Yeah, and the one quote is like, "This is this could be really damaging to our democracy," or something like that. And they all delivered the line in the same way. Like, that's kind of what I'm talking about, where they talk to you like they think that you're an idiot, where it's like, oh, I'm going to tell you what's happening in this, mid-Atlantic accent that's not really the mid-Atlantic accent, but it's updated for the modern day. And I'm going to enunciate my words in just the right way to like make you think that I'm reputable, but really I'm feeding you a load of crap. Like, Tucker doesn't do that, he's like a real newsman on the TV. It's a fucking miracle that he hasn't been put in an asylum or something by now, and it's like he's off the reservation.
It's just so what you're saying is that he delivers the bullshit, but he does it in a way that's not patronizing to his audience.
Yes, I
Okay.
think I believe that.
Okay.
Because I don't think there's anyone on TV. I think a prerequisite for being on TV is that you're going to be saying a lot of bullshit. I mean, I can't think of anyone of any channel, that I would watch to really get the straight dope of what's going on. I mean, I put on the news to get what's happening, but I'm always like, okay, that's just what they want me to know about what's happening. Like,
Yeah.
I need other sources as well. So,
Yep. Yeah, I've given up on cable news a long time ago. And even print media, you gotta really be on a swivel.
What's your opinion on, like, so we have YouTube and we have Twitter and Reddit, and I guess kind of Facebook. I mean, I've never even used Facebook, but and that's kind of the way to access information in the modern era. I mean, when I think about people living in the 90s or like the early 2000s even, it's like most people just turned on the TV and that's how they got all of their information about what was happening in not their hometown, like all around the world and so on. And I was talking with a friend semi recently who's really on the left. I mean, he's probably like further to the left than you. But he was saying that, and this was kind of in the context of Elon and Twitter and misinformation and all that stuff. He basically said that he would rather see the online media ecosystem, social media and everything, completely destroyed, like completely banned, doesn't exist anymore. You can't have it. Then continue to allow, like, rampant misinformation and echo chambers and bubbles and people being uh, people basically becoming extremists online because of echo chambers and so on. Like he really believes this. Like he said, okay, we should just, if we can't have a responsible Twitter, we should have no Twitter. And that was like fucked up for me because that's the way that the common man can actually access decentralized information that's not being fed to him from this corporate machine that we call television. So it seems to me like that's a really anti-leftist sentiment to want to have everyone get their information funneled through the TV again.
Yeah,
So I don't know what your opinion is on that.
No, I generally like the centralization of information through places like Twitter. I like that. I think that social media can have a real role to play in checking legacy media, but it needs to be responsible, and it's just not right now. But I think that like eventually we'll figure it out.
Right.
I think honestly, I'll give Elon Musk credit for one thing that he's done with Twitter, and that is if you see something that's misinformation, I think only Twitter Blue. That's not good, but if you see something that's misinformation, you can actually add context or write in the original post. So kind of like Facebook fact checks, except everyone is able to do it. I like that a lot.
Happens? What happens if you have Twitter Blue and you decide to quote unquote fact check something and you just put like total misinformation in the fact check?
Yeah, I don't know how the system works. I'm sure there's probably problems with it. But before I noticed that people were able to do that on Twitter, you and I have already had a conversation about like how to deal with misinformation, and I thought about it for a long time, and I truly think that instead of having a team of mods that are going around fact checking posts, should allow people fact check posts themselves with sourcing, and then
Right.
the job of the mods is to determine whether or not this fact check is valid or not, and whether or not to like put it pretty much on top of the post that was originally posted if it is valid.
So basically, like Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Okay. And that's the way that academia works in general, I guess. I mean, everyone's kind of fact checking each other. There's no like, central authority. Like, there's no president of all universities of the world who says, this study is bullshit or whatever. Like,
Yeah.
some scientist who has exactly the same credentials as the other scientist has to publish a follow-up study and just get other scientists to agree that the other study is bullshit, like, or whatever.
Yeah,
Um,
I think that a system like that could go a long way. I think that we also need a system that deprioritizes anything that doesn't source claims. So
Hmm.
I can't go on there and say, oh, well, this is I can't go on there and say that Kyle Rittenhouse killed 3 black people without a source, and it gets deprioritized if I do that. But like in order for them to know that that's a thing that needs to get prioritized, we would need other people would need the option to be able to report it and say that they're not providing a source for this claim, and the claim seems wrong or something like that.
well, how do you differentiate between a claim and just an opinion?
Well, do you know what
And
the term?
what's the methodology, or rather, like, who does it and what's their methodology, rather?
Do you know what the term truth statement is?
I know what those two words mean in isolation.
Okay, it's actually a really bad term. It's one of those cases where academics use a term that's going to be confusing for like normal when they really come up with something, right? But a truth statement is a philosophical concept where a statement has something that can be proven true.
Hmm.
So if you make a truth statement and it's pretty obvious whether or not it's true or false most of the time, it's basically what separates facts from it.
I wonder if it would be desirable to have AI flag posts that contain truth statements. Not necessarily ones that are true or false, but just contain any truth statements.
Think it would be desirable or it wouldn't?
I don't know. I'm wondering if it would be.
Oh, maybe if AI got good enough at it.
Yeah, I think it's already good enough to do that, but I don't know how I would feel about that sort, because that opens the door to more, like, to increasing levels of AI curation, I guess.
Yeah. Like
I
if
don't
I
know.
said something like Ray Epps was a Fed, no, there's a truth statement in
Yeah.
there that can be proven true or false. And I think that people should be able to flag that. Like there's no sourcing for this. Because like honestly, I think there is proof now that he wasn't a Fed. But back then there wasn't proof either way. Like it wasn't talked about except for on the far right. So you couldn't really source a negative, but if you can't source a positive, then it should be deprioritized, in my opinion.
Well, yeah, that's all valid. But let's say that you're using Fed as an insult. It
Yeah,
wouldn't be a truth statement if you said Ray Epps is a Fed, but you just meant Fed as an insult, like you're calling him a piece of shit or something.
there would have to be a common link, which would drive
Yeah.
which would drive conservatives crazy, because anytime somebody gets called a woman, oh my goodness, depending on who it is.
Yeah. That's fun. You could. I guess the AI systems would have a field day with Caitlyn Jenner is a man. Is that a true statement? Or?
Yeah, I accidentally misgendered somebody on stream today. That was embarrassing for somebody
Based?
who's on the left. But it was one of those cases where they identify as a woman, and they very clearly are masculine looking. They even have a beard. So like their face looked like a
Oh
man.
yeah, okay.
It was one of those cases. But
Look,
but as somebody on the left and somebody who has like basic respect for people in the trans community, I'm going to try my best to properly gender them. But like if you aren't really trying to make yourself look like a woman or whatever gender you're identifying as, you really can't blame people for like accidentally, in my opinion.
well, if I, for whatever reason, maybe I hit my head or fell down the stairs or something, and I decided that I wanted to be trans affirming and that, I was like a liberal now or whatever. I don't think even then, like, I would never go as far as uh, kind of agreeing to call someone a woman if they have a beard, because that's something that you could, I mean, not like very easily, but if you're gonna identify as a woman, fucking shave your beard off. Like isn't that the most if they're not willing to go to the most basic effort to conform to the female gender that they are purporting to identify with, why the fuck should I go to the basic effort of gendering them correctly, or as they want to be gendered, right? Like that's kind of my. I mean, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, females can have beard.
If there's something wrong with them, I mean,
pretty full beard.
PCOS or if they have hyperandrogenicity or estrogen deficiency or something.
But should they have to shave their beard in order to be validated as a woman?
Well, first of all, I don't think you're. I mean, I've seen. Okay, when I delivered pizza to the low-income housing area of town, I saw plenty of women with beards. But it was usually like the type of beard that a 13-year-old boy would have, like this kind of wiry, kind of patchy, like mustache thing. Like, I doubt that, because I don't know if you saw that, it's from about a year ago, that like episode of Dr. Phil that made the rounds with these two trans activists, and either one or both of them had like really thick, like full beards, like lumberjack beards, but they were like wearing makeup and earrings and had long hair and stuff. So, like that's if that was the case, I mean, there's no way that this person is like serious about, identifying as a woman. I mean that because that kind of begs, or not begs, but prompts the question of like, what are they identifying with? If they can be like, oh yeah, I identify as a woman, but I'm growing a beard, or I identify as a woman, but like I'm totally bald, and like I'm not going to get a wig or anything. Like what exactly are they identifying with at that point? What does woman mean to them anyway?
Yeah.
Right. Because I mean, I thought that it was a socially constructed category, and socially constructed is different than individually constructed. Socially constructed is everyone's constructing it together because we all have a common idea of what a woman is. So they're literally, so if someone agrees that gender is a social construct and they say that they're identifying as a woman when they have a penis or something, then what they're telling you, like logically speaking, is I am going to identify with the common conception that everyone generally has of woman. And if they grow a full beard, then they're kind of not doing that.
Yeah, so for those people, I would say they're probably more like gender abolition, where they just like take gender to a point where it really is meaningless. But to answer your earlier question, if somebody is like that, they're not taking the steps to try to make themselves look like they are identifying with, but they are telling me, hey, I'm this gender. I think that the effort to actually affirming them is pretty minimal most of the time. As long as they're not being assholes when you make a mistake, I think it's probably worth the effort just so them and the community as a whole a little bit of respect by trying to affirm them.
Yeah, but if I mean, going to like the latest example of like full beard, that Dr. Phil character, or whatever, they're not respecting me by asking me to call them a woman, because they're kind of, in a sense, being duplicitous about it. Like it's almost like they're lying in a subtle way. Because just like I said, if they say they identify as the social construct of woman, but they're obviously not making an effort to do that, then it's like they're kind of taking me for a ride. So why should I, it's like they're kind of, you know, doing that to me, like being disrespectful to me before I'm disrespectful to them. I don't know. That's kind of just the way that I'm thinking
I
about
mean,
it.
it's possible that somebody in this world, and it's probable because we got so many people in this world, it's possible that somebody is going around saying, I'm a woman, even though they don't actually truly feel like a woman inside, and they're just doing it because they want to fuck with people. And
Mhm.
that would be disrespectful. However, it's also possible because we have so many people in this world that there is people that just like the look of being in a dress and being in high heels, but also having a masculine face and feel like they are a woman. And I think that I would rather just go ahead and affirm, just in case they aren't taking me on for a ride. And if they are taking me for a ride, what actual harm are they doing to me compared to the harm that I could possibly be to somebody who does need that affirmation, but I didn't give it to them because I think they're
Mhm.
taking me on a ride.
I mean, I guess, but wouldn't that person like be more like non-binary then? Like if they
Uh,
want to have a mix of like masculine and feminine traits that they
um,
identify with, wouldn't that be?
Possibly. I mean, maybe by
Yeah.
like your definition of what those things are. Like if you were ever curious about that, it would be an interesting conversation. Hey, what does a woman mean to you? Because for all you
Mhm.
know, he could have just be or they. I did it again. She could have just been like, oh well, a woman is anything I want it to be, and right now this is what a woman is. And then like tomorrow it could be, oh, a woman is. They come back with like a wig and makeup and all that good stuff, and that's what a woman. And then it's just like, okay, well, like you're not being consistent, which is whatever makes you happy. It's whatever.
Hmm.
Like they may not
And
even
then
have a consistent view of what a woman is.
in the um in the case of like a gender abolitionist, kind of presenting this way, that would also be like this is I'm going to keep referencing this because I watched a video about it recently. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, that Dr. Phil episode, there were these two like gender activists, and then I think they invited. Oh, it was Matt Walsh on too, like because he got them together, and then it was like they were debating on Dr. Phil, which is like a weird thing for Dr. Phil to do, but whatever.
Yeah.
Um, and the people that Matt Walsh was talking to, they were like I said, they kind of look like drag queens, except they identified as trans and they identified as women.
Uh-huh.
But they were basic like Matt Walsh was like, okay, what's a woman then like to you? Like you identify as a woman, but you have a beard. So what does woman mean to you then? And they're like, well, woman means whatever I want it to mean. I can't, I don't remember what exactly they said, but they basically said like woman is just the word woman, and if I like the word woman, then I can identify with that. But then later in the conversation, it was made clear that they really just wanted to abolish all gender categories. So it seems like there's some subset of like hyper radical gender activists who want where they're like their end goal is to completely abolish the idea of gender,
Yeah.
but they're using, they're like Thanos, like he used the stones to destroy the stones, like they're using gender to destroy gender. Okay,
Yeah.
like they're
I mean, yeah,
but
that's
it's
definitely a thing.
inherently duplicitous is what I mean.
I mean, to be honest, I think that I'd probably err on more of the side of gender abolition itself because
Mhm.
I just don't see a point in the category. Um, like why are we treating based off of
Well, what does that mean to you? Can you flesh out that position a little bit more?
so like if I see a woman, I'm probably going to talk to her a little differently. I'm probably going um be more courteous. I'm going to probably be comfortable talking about my feelings and stuff like that with them.
Mhm.
Whereas it's going to be the different when I'm like talking to my and like why is that a thing? Like why can't we live in a society where everyone's the same, regardless of what's in between their legs or whether they present feminine or whether they're masculine? Um, Like it just it yeah, it just seems a little. And then the only thing we can focus on would be focus is sex. You know, like for things like that where sex actually matters.
Hmm. So this is I have two thoughts about this. You asked a question. I could go the route of answering the question, and I guess I will. So the answer to the question, why is this? Like, why do we have these categories? Is because of the psychological differences between men and women. I mean, do you agree or accept the idea that female people have different sort of brain chemistry and psychological predilections than male people?
Yeah, in general, with
Mm.
exceptions. Yeah.
Right. So I think like shouldn't that explain almost? I mean, shouldn't that like just be a satisfactory explanatory factor in you know why that you have different interactions with your female friends and your male friends?
I think that we haven't got finished exploring to the
Mhm.
extent to which these differences are biological and which these are societal. And I think
Do you mean in like a scientific sense or in like an experiential like shifting, kind of breaking through the bounds of gender in like a societal sense?
probably both.
Okay. So your um part of what you think should happen is like we should be more malleable when it comes to, you know, kind of crossing the boundary between male and female and just kind of shifting things that way and then just try to find out through trial and error like what works and what doesn't, and that would just look like kind of abolishing gender categories for a while until we figured it out.
I think it would be more like slowly abolishing gender categories. Slowly, like
Hmm.
men start wearing dresses. Okay. Um,
Hmm.
slowly, slowly, women are finding themselves in like computer engineering, um, stuff like that. And then there's going to be things because of the biological, like we're just not gonna cross. You're probably not gonna see too many women doing like manual labor jobs, or too many more women doing jobs, just because that's not how.
Right. So um what's interesting is that I see almost like a horseshoe theory in this. Because what you're saying sounds not too far away from kind of what I would want. But I would obviously frame it kind of differently. I mean, what you said there was, well, we should abolish these ideas of social gender categorization and just default back to sexual dimorphic categorization where it applies.
Yeah.
Is kind of what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
And like that's kind of what I want as well, because I think the right wing opinion on this is that gender and sex are not different things, that like the left took the word gender and ran with it and kind of constructed all these theories about gender being a separate thing than sex and all this. But for someone who's like right wing and like conservative, you would say, well, gender and sex, what gender is just a nicer word for sex when you don't want to say, sex in public.
Yeah.
And like every kind of difference, and I think a lot of conservatives are wrong with some of this, but every difference between men and women are just some kind of expression or can be related back to some biological difference between men and women. Like I think what would actually happen if we got your future would just be that we just like come full circle. Like, oh well, women aren't as strong. Or like female humans, I guess we would say, because we can't say men and women anymore.
You can say
Aren't as
okay on
strong.
this stream. You can say women to mean the sex. I will understand what you're saying, and They also say women to mean gender.
Right. Okay.
And
Got
like
it.
with it, I can pick up context clues.
Well, I'm just saying like from your perspective, if we've abolished gender and there are no more men or women, and like we just perceive of each other as male and female, right?
Yeah.
Like in that case, we would say like, oh well, females aren't as strong generally, so it makes sense that more males would be in heavy lifting jobs. And oh, we figured out that males are more like interested in things and like moving parts, and females are more interested in like human beings interacting with each other. So more males have ended up being engineers and so on, and it would just like keep going like this. And oh, it turns out that more females are interested in like pretty clothing and having like multicolored like fabrics that kind of flow around. And so that's, I guess that's why more females want to wear dresses, and like more males just want kind of plain clothes. And then it would just like and then at some point 3 generations later, someone would say, oh well, I guess men would be a good word for like males, and we could just attribute that to all the social differences, and then like it would just come back like full circle.
Well, I think the
you know?
difference would be so like even if it turned out to be the case that more females liked more flowy, flowery things,
Right.
we would create a society where a male could also like those things, and it wouldn't be weird,
hmm
and it
I
wouldn't
don't
be
know
looked
how
down
stable
upon.
that society would be though, because I think it's kind of human nature to be mean and exclusionary to each other. Like in
It,
Mhm.
yeah, I think that it's not so much the exclusionary, but like trying to put yourself on top of somebody hierarchical
Mhm.
and making fun of a guy wearing a dress. And being mean and exclusionary is a way of doing that.
Yeah. Um, I think we also tend to collectivize in our perceptions. Like if I think feminists complain all the time about if if you're a guy and like another guy is like, oh, I think 2 + 2 = 5. You're like, oh, you're stupid. And then if a woman comes in and says, I think 2 + 2 = 5, then they say, oh, women are stupid, right? Like that. I think that collectivizing is just what people tend to do. Like I think it's one of those processing biases. Like uh, what's another good example? Like the mere exposure effect, or um, confirmation bias. Like it's just one of these processing biases that we have.
Yeah, maybe.
So I think like after a couple generations, it would just end up back where we started, to be honest. And that makes sense, because why did it end up this way at all to begin with? Like in all cultures around the world, if not just because of what I laid out. I mean, why aren't there why aren't half the countries in the world, or half of the world civilizations, like female dominated or like gender equal from thousands of years ago? Like why is it almost 98%, or like mostly patriarchal, like mostly have the same kind of social niches for men and women, and this and that?
My guess to that question would probably be because back in the day, brute strength was probably more for being on top of the hierarchy than anything that we're able to say that it's going. It would. I had a point. What were you saying?
It would just, after generations, it would just end up back where we are now, because of the processing biases and
Oh yeah, processing biases. Yeah,
yeah.
so it probably is true that we have certain processing biases, but I think that it's probably possible cognitive of those and work on those things and to like I mean
Maybe you're just more optimistic than me.
like I mean fight natural processes all the time. Like if you say and it's attractive, you're not like whereas like that's probably more of a natural thing.
I don't think it is like a natural thing for men to just rape every single attractive woman that they see. I don't know if that is a natural.
If you go back to like our Neanderthal root, probably was. I mean, I don't know that, but it probably like I highly doubt women had much of a choice in having sex with them.
It's been a while since I looked into hunter-gatherer like anthropology or whatever, but I think it actually isn't the kind of stereotypical caveman thing, because like human beings didn't kind of wander around alone until they like found another human and then either like raped them or killed them or you know, whatever. Tribes. Yeah. So the tribal dynamics were actually surprisingly not like the same as or like close to, but kind of like in the ballpark of what you would expect from just kind of observing human beings in any context. Like, I mean, they had kind of norms and cultural values and like primitive religion and stuff like that. Like they, you know, generally the tribe would not find it agreeable if one of the males just kind of like raped every single female. Like they would probably just kill him or something.
So, and dragging her in the hairy cave where he populate. Of course, we have little to no knowledge of the social lives of our long buried bodies in archaeological sites simply can't tell us much about how men interacted. Second, to speculate about early day is to protect the present past. Speculate about early based on today's apes is at least as equal. Ape behavior varies tremendously. Anyway, even which type do we violent and hierarchical or the peace-loving bamboo solve all social
bonobos, yeah.
Technology naturally. So basically, they're saying we don't.
Well, that's a weird, because you don't really have to look at primates. We have early humans now, like Amazon tribes and you know the South Sentinel Island and so on. Although they're becoming few and far between because every tribe that we contact is like there's one less uncontacted tribe. But generally, like we kind of, you know, we kind of can see what they're all about.
Yeah, we have early humans that are in tribes, but aren't they like advanced societally past like?
Well,
like, a lot.
Well, I mean, some of your ancestors were Neanderthals, but Neanderthal and human were two separate species that existed at the same time. It's not like we were in our Neanderthal stage and then like became humans. We actually fucked them out of existence, to be honest. There was like a ancient like race mixing where, you know, we kind of morphed into one species. Yeah.
Wait, so they were like banging.
Yeah, it's kind of disgusting when you kind of look up what a Neanderthal looked like. But there's just a theory that like Neanderthals looked very masculine compared to humans. So like human women would like jump at the chance to get fucked by a Neanderthal Chad, but like human men would be disgusted by like banging a female Neanderthal. So like there and there's evidence for this, like in the DNA, like, oh, you know, female human, male Neanderthal, you know, sexual encounters were far more common than male human, female Neanderthal. So
could be the case of the Neanderthals aping them.
We also killed them quite a bit. There's actually like competing theories. The last time I looked into this, that I mean, one theory is like we mostly just killed them all, and then another theory is no, we liked each other, we fucked them out of existence. I think it was like a little of one, a little of the other. I think there were probably a couple Neanderthal genocides in there somewhere, but you know,
Well,
we
my
obviously
point
have
is
the genetic evidence.
that humans as a whole can grow past their primal ways of thinking.
Right. Sorry, I started talking about something completely irrelevant there.
No, I brought it up because I was trying to think of an example of that happening.
Right.
Like I mean, like I think that a lot of us are much better on biases.
Right.
Probably.
Oh, one more fun fact about Neanderthals, if I may. It appears as though, for some reason, like psychologically, so they had actually bigger brains than us at the time. But it's the case that they didn't seem very curious or inventive because they kind of only existed in Europe, and we don't have any evidence of Neanderthals like going, like, you know, leaving home and kind of going and exploring other continents or whatever. And it seems like they just never figured out that you could invent like rafts to sail on the water, or like, you know, complex, you know,
I could sit here and
tools to survive in the cold. And they didn't really have any want to go exploring like for new homes and things like that, because like humans spread all over the globe pretty totally, like we cover all corners of the earth that are habitable for humans, but like Neanderthals had the same amount of time to do that, but they just never did, which is kind of interesting. I don't know if you would find that interesting, but
you said they have bigger brains.
yeah, they did have bigger brains, which is an interesting thing. Like I don't know why, you know, I don't know how that factors into it.
Yeah,
like
I don't
maybe
think the size of the brain really matters. It's not amount of neuron connect.
Yeah, something like that. But so I'm a little bit more pessimistic than you, because even though confirmation bias is one of the most, it's probably the most widely understood of all the processing biases, right? And like in school, at least in my experience, they kind of like beat it into us over and over again in science class, like confirmation bias, this is what it is, and you're all morons, like naturally, so we got to teach you not to be morons. But even so, like even though it's like the most known processing bias, like people do it all the time. Like the internet discourse is full of confirmation bias. So
Yeah,
it seems like a really hard thing to overcome.
My experience has been that I didn't know the term confirmation.
Oh yeah.
Oh, just
The
real
two
quick.
things they would always say is correlation doesn't imply causation, which is kind of a lie. It kind of does. And you know, confirmation bias is bad. It's not.
Well, correlation can imply causation, but the phrase is correlation.
Yeah. I've only heard it in official context as implied, which is a weird thing to say. But
So
yeah,
you know,
I don't know why
that
they would
Dr.
phrase
Phil,
that.
Matt Walsh thing?
Yeah.
When I
Yeah.
refreshed Twitter after we talked about it, it was
Seriously?
yeah.
That shit happens to me all the time, and I think I'm like clairvoyant or something.
They're listening.
Oh, you really? You think so?
Oh no, I know so. It's been proven.
Wait, Twitter's algorithm like takes. That's weird.
Yeah, like all these big tech companies, they listen to our conversations, put in front of us stuff that they think we'll like, basically.
How the fuck does it even do that though?
Well, I mean, we're talking on Discord right now. Possible that I have it
It
up.
might be just through your computer's microphone.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have it up while I'm talking microphone.
Damn. That's weird.
I don't really Never know. Oh,
That's
yep,
why
here's a picture of a Neanderthal having sex with
on your Twitter timeline?
No, I'm just fucking with you. That one's not
Oh,
real.
okay.
I would get banned from Twitch.
Damn.
Oh, did I tell you? I don't know if you. I'm gonna start streaming on.
Oh, why is that?
Because there's no.
Did they all get kicked off?
Yeah. The left.
Damn. Yeah, I think I noticed that because in like the past year, 2 years, Destiny's shifted from debating conservatives to just doing like lefty drama. So, which is all boring. All his content is boring now.
Yeah, it's all drama.
Like I don't give a fuck. I don't care who you're fucking. Like I want some debates, going here about politics.
Wait, did you see the
About,
most
like,
recent one
yeah.
about what with him and Rob Noor panel?
How long ago? Maybe. I think
That
I
was good.
watched something with him and Rob Noor.
Rob Noor struggled.
Oh, it was on what was the topic again?
They got into Brexit.
Yes. And Rob had no idea what he was talking about.
To be fair to Rob, because I rewatched it, he didn't have any idea what he was talking about, but he did ask a question, and then they the guy who gave him the answer, the British guy, later on, mentioned it right answer as a point, so that Rob didn't really know what he was talking about. So what it was was Rob asked, did they do it? Meaning, did they get out of the European Union? And the British guy said no. What the British guy thought that Rob was asking, because this wasn't like on purpose, what the British guy thought Rob was asking was, did they get the promises that came with exiting European Union? Those happened. So he answered no. Rob thought he was answering the question, did they exit the Union? And then they went on with the debate. And then later on, the British guy was like, well, no, we're out. And Rob had no idea because he asked that question earlier and got the wrong answer.
Oh, okay.
So that was a huge part of what made him look. And I actually messaged him to tell him. I was like, yeah, that was
That's a good catch, actually.
Yeah.
I feel like I catch stuff like that all the time in debates and conversations online, but like no one, like it seems like I'm the only one who caught it, like in the comments and so on. Right?
Yeah.
And it's kind of infuriating when that happens. When you see like a misunderstanding that's so obvious to you, but they just didn't realize it when they're talking to each other live.
And it's hard to catch those things in the moment.
Yeah. No, yeah, because you're in a completely different mindset when you're the one who's debating versus when you're listening to a debate. But I still think that made him look really bad, even knowing that, because he was talking about Brexit so authoritatively that it seems like he should have known that A, they left the European Union by now, and B, what concessions they did or didn't get with that deal.
Yeah.
Because like he was talking about it like he knew the situation.
He always says it.
I don't know.
I'll never forget the first conversation I had with him. Right, so he was making the claim that the media said that Trump told people to inject bleach cure COVID. And I was like, can you show me an article from the mainstream that makes this? And he shows me an article that quotes Trump saying, we are looking into injecting disinfectant as a way of. And like we went back and forth on whether he actually said, we are looking into injecting disinfectants as a way of curing COVID. And he was so wrong on it. Not give up that point.
Interesting.
Because like I had a theory at the time, and I still hold it. That a lot of this this, the mainstream media said, or the media is saying this, but this was actually the case. A lot of it is actually social media saying, basically misinterpreting, taking them what the mainstream says to the nth degree. And all that's getting mixed up in the conversation as if actually, not that the mainstream media never says the wrong thing. It's just that usually it's social media.
Yeah, I think that's true. Yeah. That's actually, I can see that because that's kind of, that does comport with my experience. I'm just thinking about it more. Sorry. So, fair enough. What else is there going on these days?
What, Second Amendment real quick?
Sure.
All right, so today I was going to talk to. He denies this title, basically a constitution.
Okay.
And one of the things that I saw him post on Twitter was in response to somebody who's saying that the right likes to the well-regulated part of the Constitution. And do you know the argument against that? From the constitutional conservative perspective?
Sorry. It's the left that focuses on the well-regulated?
Yeah, so the left guy
so
is saying that the right is getting their well-regulated.
So if I was him, I would say at the time in the late 1700s, the phrase "well regulated" didn't have the same connotation that we would give it today. It meant something more like this system works properly or something.
The way words he used, well trained.
I think the more accurate would be in proper working order, as in I brought my clock to the clockmaker so that he could tune it, and then when I walked out, I had a well-regulated clock. Like the clock had been tuned correctly. It's now well regulated. It's in proper working condition.
So, if that's the case, proper working, wouldn't that leave a lot of room for states to be like, all right, well, I want my militia well regulated and efficient. Therefore, in order to own a gun and be a part of this militia, you have to a training seminar once a month. Otherwise, we're going to take your gun.
Maybe, but usually the claim that I see is, I see liberals being a lot more lazy with this and just saying, "Oh, it says regulated." So
yeah, of course. But like even
so. Well, right. So your interpretation gives more room for discussion about that. I think there you would have to move to a discussion on what was meant by militia. And that's a conversation that I'm not entirely prepared to have right now because it's been a long time since I was actually doing research for the Second Amendment and gun policy and stuff. But what I would say is it depends on the term militia, because if militia at the time was meant as in an official state sanctioned or like community sanctioned military organization that has like this property and this property, then then you would probably have a good argument there. But if militia in this context just means any group of people with a gun to like do anything, which I think personally is probably more like what it meant, because we're just coming off of the American Revolution, and not every militia, actually, like almost very few of them, were under direct supervision in like a command structure underneath the Continental Congress or whatever. Like a lot of them were just, hey, you, and you, we're going to get together, and if the British come, we're just going to blow their fucking heads off.
Yeah.
And stuff
So
like that. So
are you in favor of using Federalist Papers to interpret what the founding fathers meant by what they're...
So I'm going to be perfectly honest here. I haven't even read the Constitution.
Me neither. Not all of it.
So, if I told you I read the Federalist Papers, my nose would grow 3 inches.
Okay, so I'll so normally when you're having a conversation with a constitution, they will refer to a Federalist paper, which will send any lefty off track because Federalist, including myself, for real. But I looked it up, and apparently Federalist Paper number 29, written by Alexander Hamilton, says I'm gonna just read out snippets that really prove my point. There could be something in this thing's long, and I haven't read it all. But the project of disciplining all the militia in the United States is as futile as it would be injurious. If we were capable of being carried into execution, a tolerable expertise in military movement, business that requires time and practice, is not a day or even a week that will suffice in the attainment of it. To oblige a great body of military and other classes.
Yeoman, maybe?
YEOMANRY.
Yeah, it means independent farmers, basically, like the common rabble.
Oh, why do you know that?
I'll tell you later.
Okay, to oblige the great body of the common farmer and of the other classes of citizens, their arms for the purpose of military exercises and evaluations, often as it might be necessary, to acquire the degree of perfection which would entitle them the character of well-regulated militia, would be a real grievance to the people. Basically saying that this is not a thing that's... He also says, but though the scheme of disciplining...
It's not feasible to regulate militias, is what?
Well, no, it's not feasible to have all of the common people part of the militia.
Okay.
Although the scheme of disciplining the whole nation must be abandoned as mischievous and practical, yet it is a matter of the utmost importance that a well-regulated, digested plan should, as soon as possible, be adopted for the proper establishment of... He's basically saying that, you can't have the whole nation as a militia, well-regulated militia.
Interesting. Yeoman, by the way, I took a class last semester on basically early American history or whatever. But people in Europe at the time, because under feudalism, you would be a farmer, but you would be working under a lord, right? And yeomen were the dream was to sail to America to become a yeoman. You're a farmer, but you're just farming for yourself and you sell your own crops. That's, it was kind of the dream or whatever. But then obviously the upper classes started using it as a derogatory thing because yeoman farmers were usually dirt farm, they were poor. So.
But
anyway,
I brought this up to the Perfect Union. You know who he is? Have you ever?
I don't think so.
He used to hippy dippy, man with a white beard.
Okay.
But I brought this up to him. His response was something effect of, well, the founding fathers didn't really agree with Alexander Hamilton. And I'm just like, well, the founding fathers didn't that proves that's proves my point, my actual belief was that the founding fathers didn't really agree with each other on anything, not wholeheartedly. So them as you try to interpret what they meant by these words is kind of a ridiculous endeavor, in my opinion. But yeah, that's I think that's a pretty good defeater for that argument for constitutional conservatism.
Yeah, but part of the point that he's making is probably I know that in a different Federalist paper, I think Jefferson makes an argument that this is either in one of his personal letters, but I think it's also copied into a Federalist paper, where he recounts that some like in the first years of like when the Constitution was in effect, like some like merchants or whatever wrote to him and asked, "Hey, are we allowed to put cannons on our, merchant ships, like to fend off pirates or whatever?" And he basically said, "Yeah, it's right there in the Second Amendment. You have the right to bear arms. Okay, just put the cannons on you." So that would kind of be the opposite.
Yeah, I mean
Evidence.
that's kind of my point though, is that they didn't really try
Right.
to use their words. Like you could, and this is what people they do is they pick and choose the words of the founding fathers that agree with their preconceived notion, confirmation bias that you were talking about earlier,
Yep.
and they use those.
Yeah. That's fair. I mean,
and
so
go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, well, the people that like would argue against them, we don't care about what the founding fathers said outside the Constitution. We only care about the words of the Constitution. So we don't have like a trove of quotes from the founding fathers that would support our side, because like that's not what we believe. That's not the way we believe.
Sorry, that's not what who believes we should be?
Like people on the left.
Right.
The people who aren't constitutional.
So what kind of makes sense to me is, I don't know, I'm not like too deep into the legal theories of American politics or constitutional law or whatever, but I don't know what bucket I would fit into with this opinion. I think it makes the most sense to interpret the Constitution by trying to get into the frame of mind that the people who wrote it would have been in, and using, or rather, interpreting it based on how the language would have been interpreted at the time that it was written. Because, like, for example, if I say, like, if I write a last will and testament now, and then like I die in 60 years, and like I say, "Oh, I want all my money to go to my children," but like in those 60 years, the English language changes such that like what they would read in the common parlance is, "I want my money to be spent on, hookers and drugs or something," because like children means like hookers and drugs in the future or something like that.
Yeah.
Like I would want them to interpret it as the money goes to my fucking children, right?
Yeah. So
I seem, yeah.
I agree with that. Like if you're going to look at something like the word "well regulated" and you want to interpret that as what the word "regulated" meant back then, that's fine.
Yeah. No, what the opinion I'm trying to get across is that's the way it should be interpreted. Like that's the way it legally should be interpreted.
But when you look at this phrase, "a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free, the right of the people to bear arms shall not be infringed," right? They don't actually define what they meant by the people. It could be the people militia. It could be like the collective bodies of states. Be able to determine what the militia is. And if they just wanted people to have guns, wouldn't they have kept the well-regulated militia being necessary for state? Like that's kind of like telling you what the purpose of to have arms is, right?
Okay, a well-regulated militia, comma, and there's a massive like there's probably thousands of pages of lawyers deliberating back and forth simply about the position of the commas in this sentence, which I don't actually understand the significance of the commas or the arguments, but that's an interesting factoid. A well-regulated militia, comma, being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, comma, shall not be infringed. So, I mean, the common thing from the left is... I didn't
even notice that comma after the arms.
What do you think it changes the meaning? Do you think it's significant?
I don't know. I know the one after militia and after state is pretty significant, because it kind of like you could rewrite that as because a well-regulated militia is necessary for state, the right of the people to keep.
So there's obviously the word militia, and there's obviously the word the people. So just from my reading of this, militia is being conflated with people. So they mean effectively the same thing here. Now, I mean, then you could say, well, when they say people, maybe they're just talking about the people in the militia. And then you could say, no. When they say people, they mean just the people, like the demos, like the people in the country. And militia is all the people in the country. And that's kind of the crux of the argument. I wonder if there's a specific line, like I guess there's that long thing about the yeoman and whatever and Hamilton's thing, but like, did they ever actually come out and say, we meant people as in the people, or we meant people as in the people in the militia?
I couldn't find anything. I mean, I've tried to look this up. Like, I go through phases where I'll look up shit on this.
Using, employing confirmation bias. I would honestly read this as the people, because the people, to me, like the right of the people, they didn't feel as though that phrase needed to be expounded upon. Oh yeah, well, the people. Like it seems like that's the general public.
I think that they thought that just giving guns to everyone without training would be productive of a well-regulated militia. Because I can tell you Alexander Hamilton didn't, but maybe others did.
Probably. But something else that needs to be considered is there was disagreement, not just like in the meaning of the amendment, but each kind of part of the Constitution, it like includes within it contradictions that are only there because the people were trying to agree on one document, because they all kind of disagreed in varying ways. So it could have been the case that someone put well-regulated militia, someone else wrote the people, and then this is just like they wanted to go to lunch early, so they were like, "Fuck it, we'll just force a vote," and this is what they came up with, right? Like I don't know. And they were like, "Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Militia, the people, we fucking get it. I mean, what the fuck is there to, you know?" That's a likely thing. So, but this sort of demonstrates what I wanted to get into with my next point, which is I generally find I think this constitutional law discussion or discussions like this in general, like debates that kind of rely on, well, let's go to the Federalist Paper number 38 and look up the meaning of, you know, they're important, I guess, but not too interesting to me, because at a certain point, it just kind of comes down to like, you can kind of read into this sentence, not whatever you want, but at least as much as you want to like scramble together an argument, right? That would like oppose my argument or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And that kind of shifts it back to, well, why do you want the Second Amendment to be read this way instead of this way? And that just kicks it back to like the policy discussion, like why and why people want the policies they want, which is really the question that I'm interested in the most with regards to politics in general. Like, well, instead of debating on the meaning of the Second Amendment, can we talk about the actual meat and potatoes of the issue? Like, why don't you want people to be able to own firearms? Why do I want people to be able to own firearms?
Yeah,
right? That's the conversation that I like to have.
Yeah, that's a much more interesting conversation to me. Talking to a constitution, if you can ever get to that point. Constitution, their interpretation.
Yeah, I can't be a constitutional conservative because I don't have enough patience to actually read the Constitution.
I guess, like, it sounds to me like you believe that the Constitution really should have like soft boundaries, where if so, it can be interpreted one way and it makes sense and it's better for society that it be interpreted that way. That's probably the way we should. But if it's like the Second Amendment doesn't seem like it stops the federal government from laterally disarming its population. Like that would be something that I would absolutely say is unconstitutional based off of the amendment. However, I believe that states.
Wait, can you start that last sentence over again? I got distracted.
The Second Amendment, like so, soft boundaries, like if it could be interpreted one way and it's better for society, you probably should interpret it. However,
okay,
there's no way to interpret the Second Amendment that says that the federal government is allowed to laterally disarm its right. There's no way to interpret.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Therefore,
that's kind of my argument, though, isn't it?
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I believe in soft
yeah.
boundaries. Therefore, like that would be an unconstitutional law. However, if the federal government wanted to kick back what the militia was to the states and allow the states to, have their regulated militia in that whatever way they wanted to, I think that would be probably very constitutional.
As in, like, what exactly are you proposing? Like,
so like if Texas
from a
wanted
policy angle.
If the Texas wanted to define well-regulated militia as any old hick with a fully automatic machine gun, they probably could do that. But if California wanted to define their militia as just like their national, and they wanted to disarm everyone, the National Guard and the police force, they probably could do that.
Like each state would have their own reading of the Constitution.
It basically it would basically. I think the way the Second Amendment is written, it would allow for such.
I don't think that's constitutional because I think the Constitution needs to be interpreted the same way across the entire country, which is why the Supreme Court exists to do just that. Like, because if like some state, I don't want to name one, suddenly decided to interpret freedom of speech as like some like crazy or freedom of religion as like only freedom of Christian religion, that would be an immediate that would immediately be a Supreme Court like thing.
I guess that would mean we would need a national definition, but well-regulated militia, which we technically kind of do because there is the Militia Act that says that all persons 18 able-bodied persons is technically considered the militia. However, if you say that a well-regulated militia is one that is well-working, I would say that act is probably it's just giving any old person over the age of 18 a gun does not seem like founding fathers' definition of regulated. If I'm arguing from a constitutional conservative.
Right. Yeah. So another argument about the Second Amendment is that sort of I kind of buy into is like all of the other Bill of Rights amendments, which is the first 10, and that were put into place at the exact same time, by the way, are about protecting the rights of the people in general against federal government. Like, for example, the Third Amendment, just because I can click one button to get there from where I already am. No soldier shall, in time of peace, be quartered in any house without the consent of the owner, nor in time of war, but in a manner to be prescribed by law. So, like, no one would ever say, oh, well, when it says owner, it means just landlords, or like just, just like one class of people, or just like licensed owners of a certain type of property. Like, no, like this is pretty clearly to protect anyone who lives in a dwelling, not to have the government put soldiers in their house, right? Like, and have them live there, right?
So do you think that if somebody was like on a month-to-month lease and the owner of that house wanted to put soldiers in that house, Don't think the federal government would allow that to happen?
That's a good question. I don't think that's ever come up.
Well, obviously not, but like it sounds to me like the Third Amendment would allow that.
Well, okay, let's just say that it's all owners. I don't know, but the point is, it's like not like the special class of owners. It's like the people who own things in general, right? I mean, the Fourth Amendment is about unreasonable searches and seizures. I mean, that's not just one type of people, like one occupation of people. It's like everybody's protected by this. Obviously, the First Amendment, freedom of speech, is self-explanatory. The Fifth Amendment is all about criminal like proceedings, and you need a jury of your peers, and so on. That's for everybody. It's to protect the individual against the government. No one can be a witness against himself. That's pretty pleading the Fifth. Sixth, like all of them are about protecting the rights of the individual against the government. It would be weird if all of them except the second one was.
Well, I think that the second one, by my interpretation, is still protected from the government.
Well, I mean, if say California could just say, "Oh, our National Guard is the militia," and that means that individual people aren't allowed to own weapons, like if they're not already in the National Guard, like that would be a weird way to interpret this.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So you're saying that like the other amendments are all encompassing. It would be weird if this one wasn't.
Yeah, because the entire context, like the background behind the Bill of Rights was, I think ironically it was Jefferson who didn't want a Bill of Rights because he thought that like if you didn't explicitly say what rights the people had, then legally you would default to, well, they have all rights, like all rights that you could possibly think of.
Yeah.
So he thought, oh, if you start writing them down, then you're limiting their rights to only the ones that you write down, which is like a back-asswards way of understanding that, because it's the exact opposite of what he thought. But that's the kind of controversy that this arises. So they didn't want to put this stuff in the actual body of the Constitution because there were dissenting voices who agreed with, I think it was Jefferson. So there was another convention right after the Constitutional Convention to bang out a couple of these civil rights, and that was the purpose for the first 10 amendments. It was explicitly about how to protect the individual from the government.
Well, I would say my argument against that would be that the Second Amendment explicitly mentions the purpose of its amendment, that is to form to have a well-regulated militia because it's necessary.
No, but that just kicks it back to the debate over what well-regulated militia means.
Of course.
Like my okay, all right.
Yeah.
Interesting opinion.
Of course, I would just go back to Federalist Paper 9. Anyways, I'm tired. I do appreciate the conversation.
Yeah, same.
Yeah, so I'll be streaming more often because I live in a house now.
Oh wow! Do you have any roommates?
Yeah, I've got one.
Nice.
He's up later than I am. So worry about this.
Hopefully, he's a friend.
Yeah, I've known him since high school.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, have a good night.
All right, you too. Oh goodness, I am so tired. All right, thank you for tuning in. Thank you, Khalid Muhammad, adding. But you all have a night, and I will be back